Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Yes. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass for us. Kings doing their New York trip. They did not get it done against the New York Knicks. The Knicks kind of own the Sacramento Kings. Let's just be very glad that New York is on the East Coast because they handled the Kings twice last season, and they handled the Kings this weekend. The Josh Hart thing, insane. I mean, there's just nobody that can stop him. How many rebounds? I'm looking here. The amount of rebounds he had. He had 18 rebounds. 18 rebounds for Josh Hart. That's literally just Hart. Literally.
Posted a triple-double and still had time to go to Philadelphia for the NFC Championship.
I mean, it's crazy work. Crazy work. And the Kings, we're going to get into De'Aaron Fox. He spoke with Chris Biederman of the Sacramento Bee. Doesn't look like De'Aaron will be sitting anytime soon. He's going to power through. But the question is, are we to the point where it might be hurting the team? Right? Obviously, we can look at this and commend De'Aaron for playing through injury. But when you watch the game, I don't know how much the decoy is really decoying. To be a decoy, you have to be a threat at times. And right now, De'Aaron is not that much of a threat. And I would go on to say that it's also affecting him on the defensive end, right? But, we have some excerpts from the article on the Sacramento Bee from Chris Biederman, and doesn't look like De'Aaron is going to be sitting anytime soon. So let's get all of your thoughts on that as we break that down. Obviously, the Kings take on the Nets. And a lot of Nets players not playing tonight. No Cam Johnson, no Cam Thomas. So the Cams aren't playing. This should be a W and should be a great opportunity to rest De'Aaron Fox. But hey, maybe they look at it and say if they take care of business, maybe he doesn't have to play the fourth quarter or whatever it is. So, a lot to take into consideration as far as this season is concerned. Obviously, there are still trade talks that are heating up. One Kyle Kuzma is regretting his decision to stay in Washington. Who saw that coming? That's what Kyle Kuzma is talking about now. And look, man, you were a hot commodity last season. You didn't want to move. You could be on the Mavericks right now, and now you're stuck on a Wizards team. And essentially the quote is, the Wizards are in development mode, and Kyle Kuzma is just really trying to get his at this point, and he's tired of really just working to get the future of the Wizards in a good spot. So there's a little bit of push and pull there. But, brother, what did you expect? What did you expect? So we'll talk Kyle Kuzma, whether or not anybody within the Kings fan base wants to buy low on Kyle Kuzma, because right now it's looking like you're going to have to buy high on Cam Johnson, who's been in and out. We don't know how much of this ankle thing is the Nets wanting to keep him healthy versus him actually not being able to play. He's been in, he's been out. So you don't want to go into a situation and buy high and the dude can't even play. So that is the landscape of the Kings right now. Who needs to step up as they're kind of stuck in the mud a little bit. And the rest of the West, this is a bad time for the Sacramento Kings. As I've said, they're kind of in the danger zone here when you look up and the Minnesota Timberwolves are starting to figure some things out. You look up and the Clippers get Kawhi Leonard back. You look up and the Suns are probably going to make a move at some point. They're going to do something. You look up and the Lakers are winning some games that you probably didn't think they were going to win. So this sixth seed, this fifth seed, it's close, but I would say it's further away than it may appear just based on the Kings' strength of schedule. And, I'm going back and forth with people when the Kings lost to the Knicks, essentially saying, oh, everybody is doomsday because the Kings lost to the Nuggets second half of a back-to-back and now they lose in Madison Square Garden. Well, yeah, I'm done with the excuses now. You can sit and we said, or at least I said, this Knicks game, this is the first game where it's just straight up mano-y-mano, with Doug Christie. That Lakers game, that was the first game as a head coach, not a lot of time to prepare. The Bucks game, end of a road trip, 7-game winning streak. Obviously, the Bucks, you got Giannis Antetokounmpo, and then you have the back-to-back with Denver. They get to bed at 4 a.m. This one, though, this next game, that's just a loss. We're doing they lost in Madison Square. It's Madison Square Garden. No, it's a loss, okay? And the schedule does not care about back-to-backs. The schedule and the standings does not care about, it was in Madison Square Garden. These are L's. And the Kings, if they want to stay out of the play-in the same way, DeMar DeRozan has talked about it, you got to win these games. You got to start stringing together some W's. And it starts tonight in Brooklyn against a Nets team that has no business on the same court with the Kings. And they beat the Kings, and the Kings should have something for them. They beat the Kings at home. All right? And they didn't have Dennis Schroeder that night, didn't have Nick Claxton either. And tonight, you're not going to have Cam Johnson and Cam Thomas. So there's literally no excuse. This could be the worst loss of the season if they lose this game. Okay, you are in the danger zone. Every game matters for the Sacramento Kings. So we'll break all of that down. The NFL playoffs, man, oh man. Look, I know I didn't pick the Commanders and Bills with a lot of heart on Friday, but I was hoping at least one of them would win. I'm torn here because obviously everybody is tired of the Chiefs except for one, Kyle Ledbetter. But I do believe that the Eagles probably have the best chance. They have a better chance than the Commanders would have. I don't know how much is going to matter, but the Josh Allen thing to me, when you look back on his career and Lamar Jackson, and not to have the GOAT conversation just yet with Patrick Mahomes, the dude isn't even 30, but you look around and what we've kind of gone back and forth with LeBron James is preventing dudes from winning championships. Now, LeBron is different because he's been playing for such a long time. Obviously, some other guys are going to slide in there. But, when people want to do the MJ versus LeBron thing, MJ prevented the Charles Barkley's, the Karl Malone's. He prevented a lot of these dudes from winning championships, and that's what Patrick Mahomes is doing. I mean, maybe one of these guys, they're only going to play for so long, and I would say with both Lamar and Josh Allen, the way they play is not really conducive to playing for a long time. So if they don't get one of these here soon, like I believe that Joe Burrow, because of the way he plays, will probably get one in the Mahomes era, simply because I just think he'll play for a longer period of time than Josh Allen and Lamar. I mean, they are in their prime right now, both of these dudes, unable to get to strike down the big bad bear. And here he is once again, fifth Super Bowl here, and he's not even 30. And it's insane to me.
Yes. It is absolutely insane. And even though I'm someone who believes that Allen and Lamar and Burrow will all eventually get their one, I mean, there's
all three of them are getting one.
I think they will all eventually get one. I don't think any of them are going to get two, because on Mahomes' watch, and again, there's obviously great NFC teams. We can talk about the lack of parity in the NFC now as well, but I just am amazed that it's got, because now we've eclipsed the point. Like, people always brought up, well, Peyton Manning used to lose to Tom Brady, and then eventually he got it, and they won the championship and all that stuff, and he got two. We're past that point now with Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. Like, they are in the territory of winningest quarterbacks in NFL history that have never been to a Super Bowl. They're past Colts Peyton Manning. They're past Dolphins Dan Marino. Like, they are past John Elway with the Broncos. They're past that point of, they are really the best quarterbacks we've ever seen that have never been to a Super Bowl, and it's only because they cannot beat Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, and it's not even winning a Super Bowl. They can't even get there because they're all in the AFC.
They can't win a trophy, right?
Yeah.
They haven't won a single trophy. Joe Burrow has one, obviously, because of the year that they went to overtime and stole a game from Kansas City in the AFC Championship game. Not salty about it at all.
Burrowhead, remember that?
Oh, that was so... Remember the mayor of Cincinnati trying to troll the Kansas... Think about this. Since the mayor of Cincinnati tried to troll Kansas City has literally not lost a playoff game.
Yeah.
That was 2.5 years ago. They have not lost a playoff game since.
Insane. So, as far as Niner fans and Raider fans out there where your rooting interests are. Dave was talking about, do you root for the NFC? Because obviously you're a Niner fan and you want to say that, hey, the NFC has the best, the best conference, whatever it is. The problem, if you're a Raiders fan, is you might be rooting for the AFC, sure, but you also hate the Chiefs. So if you're a Raider fan, you're probably you're probably rooting for the Eagles just because you hate the Chiefs. It's the equivalent to a Niner fan. You have this weird mini, I don't know, it's not a rivalry, but there's a little bit of beef there with the Eagles, but it's not the same as if it was Chiefs Rams. You'd probably not be rooting for the Rams if you're a Niners fan. Or Chiefs Seahawks or something like that.
My answer to your question for 49ers and Raiders fans is just go with whatever your heart tells you, right? Sometimes I find myself just in my heart rooting against the Boston Celtics. I don't hate the Boston Celtics, but in my heart I find myself rooting against them. Just listen to your heart and it'll tell you which team you hate more, and then just root for the other team.
I mean, I'm full on Eagles. My connections to the East Coast and Philly. This is an easy one for me. To me, it would be nice to see greatness. A three-peat would be cool. It would be cool to see. I can't even lie, but I would like, Jalen Hurts. I was a Jalen Hurts naysayer. Jalen Hurts to get a ring, Saquon to get a ring. And I know Niner fans have feelings about the Eagles. I'm curious where Niners fans are falling on this.
I love Niners fans on the internet being like, the Eagles were saying, we're going to get him the second time. And Niners fans are like, been there, dude. It's not going to happen. Yeah,
Micah on the SAC chat, me as a Raider fan last year was worse. Niners or Chiefs. That was a nightmare. Niners Chiefs was an absolute nightmare.
With the Super Bowl in Vegas.
That was terrible. Terrible.
Kansas City celebrating the Super Bowl literally in the Raiders locker room.
Yeah, nothing worse. Nothing worse than that. And in that game, I was rooting Niners because I had to. You have to.
Sure.
You have to. And it, ultimately didn't make a difference.
Because you're a hater.
I am not a hater. Maybe I am. So what? I'm not a hater by myself. And Worthy didn't catch that ball. So there's that. You don't think you thought he caught it? You're real quiet now, Kyle.
I'm just gonna wait until you want to talk about the 4th and 1 tush push, okay? Because I knew that was coming up at some point today, right? They were going to talk about Worthy catching that pass, the tush push, the Dalton Kincaid drop. We're going to talk about all that stuff instead of just how amazing and incredible Kansas City is. They didn't score 30 points all season. Buffalo scored 29, which should have been good enough to beat Kansas City. And they still lost.
Mahomes, play the Pedro sound. The Mahomes is my daddy. That's what the Bills and that's what the Ravens. That's what all these teams are dealing with right now. That's right.
My daddy.
Eagles, Commanders, Bills, Chiefs. Got more playoff reactions coming up, and we dive into what happened in Madison Square Garden with the Kings and the Knicks. 4 hours with the Allen Stiles Show, Sports.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead.
Get your Kings fix all season long right here on your home of the Sacramento Kings. Sacktown Sports and SacktownSports.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. I've had my all-electric SUV for a little more than a year, and I continue to love it day after day. In fact, me and my daughter, we were just on vacation not too long ago, and we rented a car while we were on the trip, and my daughter said, Dad, I like your car better. I turned to her and said, honey, you know what? I like it better as well, and I couldn't wait to get back home to my Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV. At Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, they are more than just a dealership. They're a partner you can trust throughout the entire ownership of your luxury vehicle. Whether it's a refined C-Class or versatile SUV lineup, your perfect Mercedes-Benz is there waiting for you. Plus, right now, you can enjoy 3.24% APR for up to 72 months on certified pre-owned models on approved credit. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is your trusted partner in luxury and reliability, and they've been doing it for more than 30 years. So head on down right now to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton or online anytime at mbofstockton.com. That's mbofstockton.com.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports, taking up to 2 p.m. Man, oh man. Let's start with Commanders-Eagles. And we're going to get to Bills-Chiefs. We got Kings, Knicks, notes. OG Anunoby was on another level. Josh Hart was on another level. That team, I mean, and Doug Christie kind of talks about it. Really, I wouldn't say the blueprint, but he did say they beat us at our own game. Well, I don't know that that's the Kings game yet. I think that's what Doug Christie would love the Kings to eventually be. But, you know, they have, speaking of football, OG Anunoby plays defense like the Legion of Boom going back to the Seahawks. He just daring the refs to call fouls that you're just not going to call. I mean, extremely physical. It is a rock fight anytime you play the Knicks. And, you know, you ran into – it's not a buzzsaw because they were 6-6, I believe, going into that game. But 4 days rest. This was a game, if you flip it to the side of the Knicks, this was a game. Sacramento, they've kind of cooled off a bit. De'Aaron Fox isn't really healthy. We're coming off 4 days rest. This is a game that I feel that the Knicks knew they had to have, and they took care of business. And, you know, Karl Anthony Towns didn't have a crazy game, anything like that. But Josh Hart, Jalen Brunson did just enough. And just the offensive rebounds, it was just a nightmare scenario for the Kings. So we're going to break all that down. As we get to Eagles and Commanders, 55 points, most scored in an AFC or NFC championship game in history, in the NFL history. Eagles had 7 rushing touchdowns. The Cowboys only had 6 all season. Jalen Hurts becomes the first QB since John Elway in 1988 to return to the Super Bowl for a second time after losing in his first appearance. And, you know, I was talking to, and as far as Jaden Daniels is concerned, that dude's going to be a stud. I do want to see what he looks like sophomore season, you know, as we discuss the sophomore slumps of the world with CJ Stroud. You know, the last time we saw the option, defenses did figure it out that second, third year for that whole option group of players like RG3, Cam Newton, Colin Kaepernick, that whole group of players. The defense caught up to the option, really was one of the only teams running it, the Commanders were, and you have an electric runner like Jaden Daniels. So before we just sit here and say, that kid's going to run the NFC, maybe the NFC, I don't even know about the NFC East because of the Eagles, but before we sit there and say that, let's see what Jaden Daniels looks like sophomore season, just when teams have some game film on him.
Also, when his OC Cliff Kingsbury is one of the prime candidates for the Saints job.
Yeah. So you lose somebody like that, and you never know. So we can table the Commanders, Jaden Daniels. We understand what he did his rookie year. Outstanding by him. As far as the Eagles are concerned, you know, all they've done is really take care of business and just impose their will on teams. And they've continued to, regardless of who they play, say you're going to have to play our way. And that's what they've done the last couple seasons here. They weren't able to sustain that last season when they just completely imploded. But the question is, can they do that to the Chiefs? The last time the Eagles and the Chiefs met up in the Super Bowl, it was kind of a shootout. And Jalen Hurts, he had that fumble pretty early in the game, but besides that, played really well. And that's all you need against the Chiefs. All you need is one mistake. The offense looks a bit different. That's why there have been so many conversations about A.J. Brown and whether or not he's happy, things like that. But the difference, and the obvious difference here, is Saquon Barkley. And what Saquon Barkley can do, he is the will, and he is what the Eagles are imposing on other teams. Also, they can get after the quarterback. They haven't really missed Hassan Reddick. They've missed Hassan Reddick, but that Hassan Reddick is just not a player anymore. I don't know if the Jets don't have him either. Hassan Reddick is on that team, but that Hassan Reddick from that Eagles season is gone. That dude's gone.
Yeah, they slid Josh Sweat in there, and it felt like they didn't really miss Hassan Reddick all that much. The bigger thing also is that they just have all of the Georgia defense now because Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis being in there in the middle. They had Nakobe Dean. Nolan Smith is kind of the Hassan Reddick replacement. He's the one rushing off that edge. He's been awesome in the playoffs. Like they had Nakobe Dean, like I mentioned. So Keely Ringo is there. Like the entire Georgia defense is filling it out.
Mm-hmm.
Also, they got Oren Burks, who was terrible on the Niners. He was making impact plays for them.
Yeah.
Zach Bond, who was a practice squad player for the or a special teams player for the Saints, is going to win Defensive Player of the Year. Like they've totally revamped that defense over the last 2 years.
So we'll see what the Eagles can do. They've been here before. The Niners, they got another go against Patrick Mahomes, and it didn't end any better, even with a different quarterback. Well, the Eagles get an opportunity, same quarterback, a lot of the same players from a couple years ago. Can the Eagles make right? Because as we've seen with the Lions and a lot of these injuries that can happen with the Niners, you cannot take this stuff for granted, and you never know if you're going to get back there. I feel confident that the Chiefs will be back there at some point, but if you're the Eagles and Jalen Hurts with the crew that you have, and maybe I'm sleeping on Jalen, but the shelf life of a running back, Saquon Barkley, he's definitely no spring chicken. This is going to be one of the most prime opportunities for them to take care of business. And I think they're going to have to do that, the same blueprint that they've had. They get into a shootout with the Chiefs. I don't think they want that smoke. I really don't.
I mean, this is a different Chiefs team than 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, like I said, Buffalo scored 29 points, and that should have been good enough to beat Kansas City because they literally had not scored 30 points in a game this season. So I don't really know if there is a formula to beat Kansas City, but the Eagles just have very talented players, so you're always going to give them a chance.
As far as the NFL parity is concerned, 7 of the last 8 NFC champions have either been the Eagles, Rams, or 49ers. 8 of the last 9 AFC champions have either been the Patriots or the Chiefs. Yeah, I mean, just as far as rooting interests, I think everybody, if there is fatigue of anything, Chiefs fatigue, I know Jason Ross said he didn't have Chiefs fatigue yet. I think this is going to be a fine matchup. I don't know if I fully have Chiefs fatigue. I was really upset when Lamar lost to the Bills, but even though I wanted Lamar to win, I felt like the Bills were going to take care of business against the Chiefs. The way that they lost yesterday just makes me, I guess I'm not optimistic. It might be a good game, but I'm just not optimistic that anybody besides Mahomes is going to be lifting that trophy. That's just what it is for me.
You're so tortured.
I'm not, I've accepted the fate, and I'm going to watch though. Wait, a couple weeks are going to go by. It's going to be Super Bowl week. I'm going to get sucked in. I'm going to say, you know what? I think the Eagles can do it. I'm going to fall for it again.
But as a hater, this is the right perspective to have, because last week I saw everybody, you included, everybody was like, Buffalo 1.5. That's a steal. Buffalo's going to knock everyone. And I was like, oh, that's so cute that you think you're going to go into Arrowhead and win an AFC championship game against that team. This game could be a coin toss either way. I think Kansas City's like a 2.5 point favorite right now. So like this game, hey, Super Bowls, we've seen Patrick Mahomes lose a Super Bowl before, so it's not out of the question. But I just think that's the right way to attack it is, Kansas City's going to win. There's no point. And then you might be pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, there's no point. It's over. The parade's already happening. And, Taylor Swift and Caitlin Clark and the whole crew gonna be celebrating it. All right, on the other side, there was no celebrating happening in Madison Square Garden as the Kings lost to the Knicks. Let's go over what happened out there at MSG. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sactown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Fox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave coming to you from my good friends at American Energy. Look, it's already cold outside. It's only going to get colder. American Energy wants to help you stay warm and make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of the $49 tune-up inspection. Normally $119, $49 right now, and that includes a full safety and duct inspection. And check it out. If your system's over 10 years old, and I'll bet it is, the tune-up, it's free. It's free from a company that's been in business since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ Better Business Bureau. Check their Yelp, check their Google reviews. Don't take my word for it. Give them a call right now. $50 off your first recommended repair. If you need a new furnace, half off the price of a new unit. Check them out at theaeway.com and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9998 now.
My good friends over at Jiffy Lube have an amazing New Year oil change special going on right now for the month of January. Get a full synthetic oil change starting at just $76.99 with a $33 off coupon online. That's right, starting at just $76.99 for a full synthetic motor oil change with a $33 off online coupon from jiffylube.com today. Offer valid for up to 5 quarts of premium motor oil, specialty vehicles, and diesel extra. Happy New Year from Jiffy Lube.
Paid for by government. Now is the time to fill your vault with Morgan Silver Bars. Grab your piece of America's silver legacy with this special offer. These spectacular shining silver bars featuring a crisp image of the iconic Morgan silver dollar, a legendary coin that has captivated collectors for generations. Call now to secure 1-ounce silver bars minted in 99.9% pure silver and made in the USA. Don't miss out on this special deal. Regularly priced at $49.95, but for a limited time, only $39.95. Save $10 per silver bar. Limit of 25 bars per customer. The more you buy, the more you save. Up to $250 in savings and free shipping on every order. Plus, with qualifying orders, you'll receive a free Morgan Silver Dollar. That's a $59.95 value free. Call 1-800-937-4707 now to secure your 1-ounce Morgan Silver Bars for only $39.95. That's 1-800-937-4707.
Sacramento, for the 5th consecutive season, has come into the Garden, and they go home with a cold shoulder from the Knicks. The final score in this one is 143-120. New York gets its 30th win of the season. The Kings have now lost 2 consecutive games to start this trip, and their record now stands at 23-22.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Yeah, it was a rough one. 120-143? You let the Knicks put up 143 on you? In the Garden? Saw Chris Rock is there. Adam Sandler was there.
Adam Sandler showed up to SNL in the same outfit he wore to that game. Because if you watched that an hour and a half later, he did the intro for Timothée Chalamet. It was like, ladies and gentlemen, in the same outfit he wore to Madison Square Garden. Just went straight there to the studio.
Ridiculous. The stars were out. And hey, it was a Saturday night. Kings are in town. Who says the Kings don't pull in like a top class ticket? You know what I'm saying? All the stars are out to see De'Aaron Fox and DeMar DeRozan and the crew. And the Kings, they gave the fans what they wanted, okay, which was a Knicks W. The Kings are now 23-22. The Knicks are 30-16. DeMar DeRozan had 18. Keegan Murray had 12. Domantas Sabonis had 25. And 13 rebounds, 12 assists. So there's a nice triple-double for you. That's just what he does. De'Aaron Fox, 14. He was 6 of 20 from the field. 6 for 20. Malik Monk had 31 points. Malik, he was really trying to power the team through in that first half, and he was giving it all he had, and they just couldn't get stops. They just could not get stops, and they could not keep that team off the glass.
You know how you like your points and assists total for the prop talk?
Yeah.
Malik Monk, season high, 40 points and assists, 31 points, 9 assists, 31 tied his season high in scoring.
Well, that's going to drive up that. We got to look at the lines today. It's going to drive up his normal line is what I would say. As far as the Knicks are concerned and getting to the offensive rebounds, 17 offensive rebounds, okay, to the Kings 9. 17 offensive rebounds, 36 total rebounds to the Kings, 29 total rebounds. And it's not going to fly, right? It's just you're not going to win basketball games if you can't rebound the basketball and you can't keep these dudes off of the glass. Josh Hart had 7 offensive rebounds. 7 offensive rebounds. He had 18 total rebounds. Josh Hart is 6'4". And I know that's what he does, and he's a great rebounder for a guard, but that's unacceptable. 18 rebounds is insanity. Absolute insanity. He had a triple-double. He had 20 points, 11 assists, 18 total rebounds. Karl-Anthony Towns, quiet night for him. He had 18 and 15. Mikal Bridges started out hot. He had 27 points. Jalen Brunson had 25. OG Anunoby had 33 points. Insane stuff.
30 of them like with 4 minutes left in the third quarter too.
I mean, they shot 47.2% from 3-point land. You cannot give up that many 17 offensive rebounds and let a team shoot 47% from 3. You're probably going to get blown out. And that's exactly what happened with the Kings. Dougie McBucket's really weird. He gets in early as we all predicted. Then did not take a shot. So that whole thing was weird to me. Nobody was doing the Dougie. Keon Ellis 6 points. Trey Lyles 6 points. Devin Carter 4. He played 7 minutes. Kevin Huerter nearly 10 minutes. He had 4 points. He hit 1 3. He was 1 for 2. So it just was a bad game. Just a bad game all around. And we can sit here and we can talk about going to Madison Square Garden, and it is a tough place to play, and you are cross country. We get all that. We can say it. It just doesn't change anything. The reality is this team needs W's if they want to. The reason they were able to move into that pack is because they won 7 in a row. They were on a heater. If you go back to playing 500 type basketball, you're not getting out of the plan. That's just what it is.
Well, especially with really bad defensive performances against really good offenses, right? We know Jokic is excellent, right? They still allowed a stat line that has literally never happened in the history of the NBA.
Exactly.
So that's not great. Against the Knicks had their second most points scored in any game this year. Mm-hmm. The Kings allowed their most points in a game against any team this year. The Knicks had 111 points at the end of the third quarter, which the Kings offense, you look at the numbers, they got to 100. That's, as good as you could ask for. I think they've only done that 5 or 6 times this year, but gave up 111. The Knicks scored 34 points in each of the first 3 quarters for the first time in over 2 months.
Yeah.
And all 5 starters ended up with 18 or more points.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's insane.
The Knicks, who are a top 2 offense in the NBA this year in terms of offensive rating, had literally their best offensive game of the season against the Sacramento Kings. So that's not going to fly.
No, and Johnny Moore on the Sac Chat is saying 18 and 15 is quiet for Karl-Anthony Towns. Well, the 15 rebounds, yeah, I mean, that's impressive. The 18 to me is quiet because if you were watching the game, he got about 4 or 6 of those points in garbage time when they randomly left him in. So he really had about 12 points or something like that.
The other most surprising thing about that is I can't believe the Knicks have kind of programmed the Karl out of Karl.
Yeah.
Because he only took 1 3-pointer. Like when he was in Minnesota, his whole thing is, I'm the greatest shooting big in NBA history. And my point was always, so what? What does that get you? If you're pulling up from 30 feet, you're wasting the ability of being 7 foot tall and 270 pounds. But the Knicks have programmed the Karl out of Karl. So yeah, he had a bad offensive game, but it wasn't like he was just hucking threes and slowing down the offense.
No, everybody else was hot. So it really, to your point, old Karl would maybe say, well, now it's time for me to eat, right? Whereas this Karl is just, hey, this team is rolling right now. We got to do what we got to do.
Yeah, old Karl, the problem wasn't that he was playing poorly. The problem was he was playing poorly and was taking the team so far out of the offense that they were literally better off with Naz Reid.
Miles McBride had 4. Landry Shamet. The Landry Shamet, those threes were just insane to start the game. That really ticked me off. Precious Achua had 4, and he had 5 rebounds.
But he was a plus 27 in the box score.
Yeah. Campaign had 3 points. So, as far as and this is the Tom Thibodeau special, as far as the bench is concerned, the Kings didn't get killed on the bench, right? The Kings didn't necessarily get killed in the bench point category, but the problem is the starters for the Knicks just all played absolutely out of their mind, and you're not going to win a lot of basketball games if you give up 143 points. And, at this point, we're going to talk about De'Aaron a lot today, but at this point, De'Aaron is a decoy. So you're not offensively getting to 120 is actually pretty impressive. But again, there's some garbage time.
I mean, you say that, but I'm looking at the numbers here. Knicks bench points, again, including garbage time, 20 off the bench. Kings bench points, 20 off the bench.
Yeah, right. The
Knicks didn't play good, and the Kings didn't take advantage of it at all.
No, but I mean, the problem is the bench. It's kind of a chicken or the egg thing because you didn't really need that much from the bench because your starters were just insane.
Yeah,
just absolutely insane.
I get that, but then you also look at the plus minuses, and it's like Landry Shamet was still a plus 20. Precious Achiuwa was a plus 27. Keon only played 17 minutes and was a minus 24. So, when those bench units were in, the Knicks were doing a lot of damage.
Is that, and you come in to this game, obviously knowing that this is one of your tougher opponents on this road trip, but you still have the Timberwolves who are playing well. You still have some teams that I wouldn't even sleep on the 76ers. The 76ers just beat the Cavs. Well,
and let's not forget, you still have that at OKC.
And you have at OKC. So I think it's scary hours for the Kings right now. 916 Folsom Mike says, I don't get it. I really like the defense under Christie, but 70 point halves. What's up with that? Is it the pace? Is it too fast? Not worried about Fox, but we will never win giving up that much. Yeah, you're not going to win a lot of games like that. And what we're starting to see now is Whitey and I have gone back and forth on, just the new bounce from a coach and just, hey, we're all going to work together. And, once that kind of new shoe, new car smell goes away, what's still left? Is it still a good car, or is it still a shoe that you can depend on? And with Doug Christie, what we're seeing now is things are starting to cool off a bit, right? The fairy dust is starting to blow away a little bit, and you're left with still a roster that has a ton of question marks, with a new question mark being De'Aaron Fox and what he's going to be able to give this basketball team. We love Keon Ellis. Keon Ellis is still growing as a player, right? There's a lot on Keon. Trey Lyles, we've talked about this before. What can you get from Trey Lyles off the bench? Devin Carter, the dude's a rookie, right? How much can we expect from him? Kevin Huerter getting to 9 points 9 minutes. Some of that was garbage time as well. So he was I think he was still more so at his 6-minute situation. He's close to unplayable, right? So a lot of these guys, when you look at the bench, and like I said, not that the Knicks bench, they didn't score a ton, but they were still positive, right? Landry Shamet scored at the right times. Precious Achiuwa came in and did some things at the right times. Miles McBride is just kind of a menace. So you still had guys that were spelling their starters and being positives on the floor. I'm looking at this bench, and it's just a complete mess. And then Doug McDermott gets 9 minutes but doesn't take a shot. That seems backwards. So the Kings, to me, there's a lot to be excited about, but this roster is still struggling. You're not dealing with a healthy De'Aaron Fox, and if you're the Nets or whoever it is, you're still waiting for the highest bidder. That's what we're hearing. They don't want to drop on those price tags. So I don't know what the Kings are going to do. Obviously, you get this W tonight because the Nets just aren't very good, but the rest of this road trip, people were trying to loop in the Nets and the Sixers. Do not do that. Playing in Philly, this Sixers team, they got Paul George back. I know they don't have Embiid, but you get Paul George back. The Kings barely beat the Sixers at home, and it was basically the same team. And I believe you had a healthy De'Aaron Fox at that time. So this road trip is nothing to play with at all. Let's hear from Doug Christie on the other side. We have Christie's Cuts. What happened out there at MSG? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Live and local.
With everything 49ers.
Intercepted by Fred Warner. Dives for the end zone. Touchdown! San Francisco! Bob Bolger went up and caught the ball. Touchdown!
The 49ers play on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda. Yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-990-1551. That's 800-990-1551.
Advanced Infusion Center, where we prioritize your comfort and well-being. Whether you're managing a chronic condition or seeking specialized IV therapy, our state-of-the-art center offers tailored solutions to meet your needs. Advanced Infusion Center's dedicated healthcare professionals are here to ensure your safety and provide personalized care. Conveniently located in Sacramento and Yuba City with flexible scheduling options. Experience a new standard in infusion therapy. Visit Advanced Infusion Center today at advancedinfusion.com.
Fall head over boots in love with music this Valentine's Day. Get ready for Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, returning May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Carrington, and more. Enjoy food trucks, mechanical bulls, and line dancing. Tickets start at just $52. Visit CITPfest.com. Brought to you by Hyatt Vacation Club. Don't just say, I love you. Show it with music. Buy tickets now.
You can finally follow through with that resolution to get into that Jeep, Ram, Dodge, or Chrysler you've always wanted at Sacramento Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. It's the place where a handshake still means something, getting you the best deals in town with the best customer experience. See for yourself. They're centrally located right next to Hagen Oaks Golf Course.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
The issue, the offense or the defense with the Sacramento Kings right now. Had Folsom Mike talking about the defense, and we have 209 talking about the offense, saying the offense doesn't look to be much different or is starting to look like it did pre-Doug Christie. Yeah, I mean, I would say the biggest thing that I've noticed with the Kings lately, in these last two losses is the energy just seems a little bit different, right? That bounce that they had during the stretch, the 7-game winning streak, and even after the winning streak, even against, the Warriors. And the Warriors, they kind of had to kickstart into gear that situation. I think the thing with the Kings is that energy just hasn't been the same. The Warriors, I would even say, to be honest with you, the Kings have not played well these last 3 games. They beat the Warriors, but the Warriors had no Draymond Green and no Jonathan Kuminga. So they were just spamming double teams and blitzes on Steph Curry. So you beat Guy Santos, and they didn't even have Bajemski. So you beat Guy Santos, Moses Moody, and Quentin Post. All right. And of course, the like we said, they'd lose to the Lakers. The Warriors also lost to the Lakers this weekend. So really, if we're breaking it down, the Kings have not played well these last three games, in my opinion. And sure, you want to do the back-to-back with the Nuggets, we can do that, but that still leaves 2 games. That still leaves 3 losses in 2 games where they have not looked like they looked during the winning streak. And, after the winning streak, I would say that Rockets game was an impressive win, as always, being the 3 seed. But honestly, Kyle, going back to the Rockets, if you look back at these 5 games, as I continue to go back, the Rockets, no Fred VanVleet, no Jabari Smith Jr., so they were missing some dudes. Then you play the Wizards, who were terrible, but you took care of business, respect. Then you kind of play with your food against the Warriors. I know it's a rivalry game. You get that W, but they didn't look great. And now you don't look great against the Nuggets and the Knicks. So the record is better than, I think, the eye test. And I think that's what I'm trying to figure out with this Kings team. The record isn't bad with Doug Christie, but these last 5 games have not been. Well, I'll exclude the Rockets because that was a good game, even though they were missing players. These last kind of 4 games here, they haven't looked exactly the same.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Is that and of course it was an 8-game win streak, but during Mike Brown's tenure, we talked about the record, they're playing better than the record suggests. And now it's like the record is good, but are they playing truly as well as the record might suggest? And I think to the point about the defense, I think that comes down to this. The Sacramento Kings are playing well defensively against average to below average offenses.
Yes.
However, when they play the elite teams in the league, not only are they getting beat, they are getting beat by historic performances by those teams. Think back to the Bucks game. Giannis, they were up 27 early. Like, just put them away like that. Bucks, I think, had a season high in scoring in the first half, if I remember that correctly. The Knicks, the number 2 offensive rating in the league, they had their 143 points, 111 in the first 3 quarters. The Nuggets, Jokic had a stat line that's never been put up before. We can go back to the first Nuggets game where they played a perfect final 4 minutes to beat the Sacramento Kings. The Grizzlies, they blew the Kings out when they played in Memphis. OKC, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Jalen Williams had their highest combined point total in a game this season when they played in Sacramento. So yeah, when they play the elite teams, they don't have the defensive, I'm not going to say personnel. They don't have enough defenders to stop the best of the best, the Shays, the Jokic's, the Giannis's, even the Grizzlies offense. And that's not to say they can't. No one's great at defending those players, but the Kings are especially bad against the best of the best when they face them in the league.
Let's hear from Doug Christie what he had to say about the loss at Madison Square Garden against the Knicks. Here are Christie's cuts.
A lot of areas that we normally thrive in, and kind of my message to them was kind of they beat us at our own game. Points in the paint, second chance points, fast break points. But we will lick our wounds and be ready to play in Brooklyn for sure. Never okay with 47%, bro. I'm not okay with 40%. I'm not okay with 38%. It needs to come down. We just, like, Jokic hit a couple reading the low man and hitting the corner, and they knocked him down. But after you either blitz or you put 2 on the ball, or Brunson's gravity causes help, you have to give them credit that they are reading the low man. They're reading the help, and they're making the pass. And the pass is on time and on target. Like, if that pass is at his feet, we get there. But it's not. It's in the pocket. Like, that's a skill, and you got to respect that. But that's why you got to have high hands. You got to have hands in the pocket. You got to be physical. You got to, make sure that you're not letting them sneak through a trap and get through and get a look at that. Put him on his back foot, on his back shoulder, and try to make him loop the pass. That's where you get the time to make sure that you close out with a stick hand and make him put it on the ground. And tonight, it wasn't exactly how we drew it up and how we wanted it, but we'll look at it and be better for sure, because this is the NBA, and winning is difficult, and that for me is unacceptable. And I know it's unacceptable for them too, because they didn't come here for this. They came here to win a ball game. I know that, man to man, looking at them in the locker room. I think more than anything, like, what we're learning about Fox is the leadership aspect of the responsibility of being one of the faces of a franchise. And when you look at him being dinged up here and there, and he's buckling up and he's getting at it, that's what leadership is all about. Is that he can affect the game in a lot of different ways. He affects it defensively. He can rebound the basketball. He pushes the ball. It's going to click. Not really worried about that. But I know from being in that position, it's hard. But at the same time, there's a big responsibility, and he is not ducking it. And I respect the hell out of that.
That was Doug Christie. Christie's cuts, everything he had to say after the Knicks game. And yeah, I mean, we're learning more about Doug as a coach. He's learning more about himself as a coach each and every game. I think we're to the point now, you know what you're going to get from Doug Christie in a lot of these pressers. It's going to be a lot of, we just got to go out, take care of business. And, sometimes we're going to do that. Sometimes we're not. We're always learning. It's very motivational. That's kind of where we're at and what we've learned from Doug Christie. He doesn't really get too much into the X's and O's and doesn't really get into the nitty gritty like that, at least in the post-game pressers and things like that. I mean, we're going to spend some time in the 11 o'clock hour on De'Aaron Fox and what in the world we do with this injury. How should we view him? Obviously, we're all commending him for doing it, but is there a line between that and whether or not it's actually helping the team at this point? Because a lot of the things that I feel like Doug Christie said about De'Aaron and how he affects the game, I'm not really seeing it. I'm not really seeing De'Aaron. I mean, he tried to push the ball a couple times, but he's still trying to finish himself. I mean, how many layups did he miss? Clearly, there's something. We know that there's something going on with the hand. Clearly, it's affecting his ability to finish. So, that I understand what Coach Doug Christie is saying, and you're not going to, if De'Aaron is cleared or it's just a pain tolerance thing, obviously it doesn't feel like they're discussing it getting worse. It's just not going to get better until the offseason. It's kind of stuck where it's at. So there's that part of it. I mean, as far as he said, I'm never going to be cool with what they give up 100 or 47% and, giving up 143 points. Yeah. I mean, that's just fine. I mean, you talk about adjustments, and it's funny to say adjust to a rebounder. Normally it's to a scorer or somebody like that, but he was scoring the basketball too. I mean, I don't know when the last time Josh Hart had 20 points. The dude had a triple double, but you have to make some sort of adjustment. And maybe it's a personnel thing. I'd like to see some Isaac Jones here. I know he is limited in how many games he can play for the two-way, and hopefully that'll get converted over. But you're looking up and down this lineup, and, I would have liked to see some Jay Crowder minutes. Is that crazy? I mean, somebody get a body on Josh Hart and don't allow him to do what he's been doing. So, there are definitely some moves that could have been made. Would you have won the game? I don't know. But, maybe you don't get blown out and you give yourself a better chance.
Sure, but we had that same conversation on Friday when we were going through the rotations, right? And who was going to guard, or the matchups, and who was going to guard who. They've got a lot of length, and while defensively that hasn't really helped them much this year, like I said, they're not a very good defensive team, and the Kings scored 100 points in 3 quarters, despite the fact De'Aaron Fox had, whatever it was, 14 points going into the fourth quarter. But they just cooked him on offense, and OG Anunoby scoring 30 points, hitting basically, if I'm doing the math, 70% of his shots from the field, 75% of his 3-pointers. If that, who's the 4th scoring option, or maybe the 5th scoring option on that team, is putting up 30 points against DeRozan, primarily guarded by DeRozan. I won't say it was all DeRozan, but primarily being guarded by DeRozan. If the 5th scoring option is going to give you 30 points, then, there's not much you can do with that.
Let's get into this De'Aaron Fox situation on the other side. How do you feel about De'Aaron playing right now? Let's open up the phone lines on this beautiful Monday, 916-339-1140. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
The only place you'll find Malik Monk is Sacktown Sports.
Oh, my, what an athletic move that time by Malik Monk.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Malik Monk, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local, but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find: happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Celebrate the new year in style with a new Honda from Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. With over 500 new Hondas in stock and ready to go, now is the time to save on your favorite Honda in person or online. CR-V, HR-V, Pilot, Accord, Civic, and Ridgeline. It's a new year with endless possibilities. Get the deals that make it easy to say yes at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Your local local sports leader in the 916.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
1 hour down, 3 to go. Opening up the phone lines, 916-339-1140. As we discuss what's going on with these Sacramento Kings, man. Lost the last 2 games. Yeah, one was in Denver. Yeah, one was in New York. Okay, we can make up something for every game if we really wanted to. And you know who's not making excuses? That's one, De'Aaron Fox. So De'Aaron Fox spoke with the Sacramento Bee. And after the game, Chris Biederman was out there. And this is what he had to say. Fox with the Sacramento Bee, when asked last night if his injuries have been affecting his play, he says, quote, "Well, I had 60 with my hand taped. People can make the excuse they want. Sometimes you just don't play well." And Chris goes on to write, Coach Chrissy also confirmed they will not be sitting him in this current playoff race that they're in. And DeMar DeRozan kind of shared some of those sentiments as well. You know, DeMar does not want to be in that play. And I was, okay, so he's going to keep playing. He's going to keep playing injured. Here's my thing, though. If you're playing injured and you're doing the decoy thing, isn't 20 shots kind of nuts? I mean, Malik Monk had 31 on 21 field goal attempts. De'Aaron had 14 on 20. So if you're injured, that's all fine and good. But, and I get it, you're trying to power through, and he's saying, you know, he just didn't play well. Yeah, I mean, 6 for 20 is kind of insane, especially knowing that your fingers are taped and you're questionable going into the game.
Yeah, I think that's more so just the right thing to say, right? If you're going to do the what he brings outside of scoring and leadership, and
that's fine.
And
so why is he taking 20 shots?
Because the offense runs through De'Aaron Fox. Like, the best strategy for the Sacramento Kings is the offense running through De'Aaron Fox, and it's hard.
The offense has not run through De'Aaron Fox during this whole stretch, I'd argue.
But it's hard to change that formula when this is the offense they've been running for literally 3 years now, right?
No, but De'Aaron is not taking 20 shots a game.
But he's taking the most shots in the game on the team most nights.
Yeah. I mean, when I hear run through, the offense runs through, the first thing I think is Domantas Sabonis. When I think about who this team has been before De'Aaron.
Yeah, of course. But this is the whole conversation of De'Aaron's the number one option in the offense, but the offense doesn't run through him. And that's just because the Kings have such a unique offense. You are correct that the focal point, the pun intended, center of everything they do is through Domantas Sabonis, because he is that unique point center. But how many times have we come here and had the same debate of who's the number one option on the Kings? Is it De'Aaron Fox or Domantas Sabonis? It's just that whole setup again.
Yeah. So the way I see it is, I'm going to evaluate De'Aaron as not as if he's healthy, but I'm going to hold him accountable because he's telling us to hold him accountable. So that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at with this. He did not play well. You know, he said he is the worst arena, Madison Square Garden. He did not like playing in Madison Square Garden. All right. And you have a situation now where we talked about this against Denver, where he's taking shots and, you know, whether it's the broadcaster, whoever it is, saying, oh, well, you know, he is dealing with the hand situation. And it's, I get it. I don't, what am I supposed to do with that though? You know what I mean?
To me, it feels like people started talking about the left hand situation as soon as that photo was posted about with the crazy bent finger. That's when it felt like everyone was going back to, oh, he's playing through the injury. Now, though, that he's spraining the right thumb in the Nuggets game. So now you've got the pinky that's broken on the left hand and the thumb that's injured on the right hand. This feels like a different conversation than what we were having before, because Fox said the same thing in that Biederman story. Like, I put up 60 points with the finger taped earlier in the season.
And that's what I said on Friday.
Yeah. And Fox said the same thing. So it's just like, we that one I feel like is less of a story than the right thumb one, because I mean, we look at the stat line, 6 for 20, 14 points. If he makes the 3 layups that he smoked but got to the rim, just like Fox always does, if he makes those and has a 20-point game and shoots 9 for 20 from the field, I don't know if we're having the same conversation as much as 14. Like, they could lose and he could put up 20 points and we'll be like, okay, it wasn't great, but it's about what he's put up since then. 14 points and shooting 30% from the field. That's a bad offensive game, and that's why that becomes a conversation when they lose by 20 points.
This is more from the article. Christie echoed DeRozan's sentiments. The idea that Fox should miss games while the Kings are in a heated playoff race to avoid the play-in tournament is not something that's being considered inside Sacramento's locker room, they say. Saturday's loss dropped the Kings to 23-22, 10th place in the Western Conference standings, and 1 game above the Golden State Warriors. Suffice to say, Fox hasn't been discussing the injuries with his teammates or the idea of taking more time off. Sabonis said he didn't even know Fox was injured until it was mentioned by reporters after the Kings' previous game in Denver. And the quote from Sabonis is, "He just fights through it," close quote. So, okay, right? I mean, all right. So I'm good, obviously, playing through it, especially in this world of the Kawhi Leonards and players like that, the load management. We understand and we respect what De'Aaron is doing. All I'm saying is 20 field goal, 6 for 20 is still nuts. And that is not something that I think is necessary. And I wonder, Kyle, is part of that thinking back to the matchups. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. If I'm not mistaken, it wasn't Josh Hart on De'Aaron. I believe it was it Brunson?
It was some Brunson, then it was some Josh Hart, but it was predominantly Brunson early on.
So this idea, like going up against Amen Thompson and Andrew Wiggins, is that even happening anymore? Did he get 20 shots? Because honestly, at this point, the Knicks were thinking, hey, if he wants to keep pulling, he can keep pulling because he's not hitting. So, that's part of this too. 916-339-1140. Let's get to the phone lines. Let's start with Jacob, who wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Jacob? What you got for us?
Good morning, fellas. How you guys doing?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Hey, I think you make a lot of great points about Fox, and this whole story is just confusing because he says he's not hurt, but with De'Aaron Fox, we've seen him play. He's coming on his 8th year, I believe. Mm-hmm. I've never seen De'Aaron Fox smoke layups that bad.
Yeah.
I mean, he is literally statistically one of the best shooters inside the paint. And I question his 3 sometimes, the shot selection. Like, we bring up, why is he shooting 20, 24 shots if his hands are injured? Mm-hmm. But if he's in the paint, I never question. Like, it's De'Aaron Fox, like, you're not going to. But seeing him smoke layups like that, it just doesn't make me really believe that he's not hurt, because we've never seen that. And, you look at this month's stats, he's shooting like 7 threes a game at a clip of 28%. Well, if you're hurt, why are you? I just don't understand it. I almost wonder if, I know people talk about he's just doing it for the Supermax. I don't know if that's true or not, but something's not adding up, you guys. It's a little bit fishy.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Jacob. Well, let's be clear. De'Aaron is playing through injury. He's not saying that he's not injured. He's just saying he's going to keep playing, and sitting would not fix the pinky. He's going to have to get surgery, and he's going to do that in the offseason. The question that I have is, when we talk to a lot of these athletes and we have them on the show, one night could do a lot. So in my opinion, sitting De'Aaron when the Knicks or the Nets don't have De'Aaron playing against the Knicks, I get. It's Saturday, it's Madison Square Garden. If you can't beat the Nets even if De'Aaron doesn't play, with no Cam Thomas and no Cam Johnson, and there's more guys that aren't playing. Ben Simmons, Cam Johnson, Ben Simmons questionable, Cam Johnson, Bojan Bogdanovic, Cam Thomas, Trendon Watford, DeAnthony Melton, obviously with his torn ACL, Maxwell Lewis. Okay, so the big names there, Bogdanovic, Cam Johnson, Cam Thomas. If you can't beat the Brooklyn Nets without those guys, even if De'Aaron doesn't play, that's a problem to me.
Well, that would be the worst loss of the season, and I'm even including the Portland loss.
Oh, yes, for sure. But no, I'll flip it real quick, not to cut you off, Kyle, but I'll flip it and say we can't afford to slip up. That's why De'Aaron has to play. So I understand that, but is this De'Aaron? How much is this De'Aaron actually helping you right now?
Yeah, but I don't know if that's a good reasoning, though. Like, if the Kings were 3 games better in the standings right now, which means they'd be tied with the Clippers for the 5 seed, I think we'd be making the point they can't afford to sit De'Aaron now, so we have to keep playing. I think it's just he has an injury that I would argue of all the possible injuries you could suffer, this one is the one that least affects your day-to-day activity, right? Of all the wrists or ankles or concussions or ribs or whatever else, like a broken finger and a sprained thumb, you can do most of your day-to-day activities, so therefore it's easier to play through those injuries than, say, Josh Hart last year in the playoffs playing through a broken rib, right? Like, that obviously affects your abilities on the floor more than a finger or a pinky. So I understand that it's just not an injury that you can sit through, and I understand why he's not.
Phone lines are rolling. We will get to them on the other side. What to do with De'Aaron Fox as the Kings are looking to get back on the winning side of things tonight out there in Brooklyn. Allen Stiles Show, Sacktown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Everyone has a past, but what happens if you've made mistakes and made good on that past, but it keeps following you? Are you looking for an attorney to erase past records and restore your rights? Maybe even restore your gun rights? Do you need a reputable criminal defense attorney who knows even good people make bad mistakes? Well, the attorneys at Gonzalez Law Office are here to help. Find Gonzalez Law Office online at saclegaldefense.com or call them at 916-304-9187. We don't settle for less, and neither should you.
$916 says Fox should dish out more assists and less shots. After all, he's a point guard. Yeah, what was a couple games ago where De'Aaron had, 13 assists? He had 12 points and 13 assists. Yeah, do more of that. Do more of that.
I mean, that was the conversation we were having last week when it was like, okay, he's coming back from injury and he hasn't had a 20-point game, but the Kings are winning. And now that they've lost 2 in a row, it feels like the conversation is turning to, where's the scoring? Where's the production? What's happening here? So it's like when they were winning, it wasn't a problem that he didn't have a 20-point game. But now they're 4-2 or 3-3 since he got back, and he has not scored 20 points in a game.
916-339-1140. Let's get to TC. Wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, TC? What you got for us?
What's up, big dog?
Hey.
Hey, man, just vibing. So, look, check it out, bro. Like, the whole thing with Fox, like, listen, check it out, bro. We on a 2-game skid. We going to win tonight. We going to find ourselves. I know we all get worked up when it's time to lose. We all knew Fox's hand was already a problem. So, like, we don't have to keep bringing it up. He hurt the other finger. Like, he already said it. Him sitting out isn't going to do anything for the team. We all said that the team might play better without Fox. Listen, Fox, if you're going to be out there, we need that decoy, bro. We need him out there. Sitting him down right now, bro, probably wouldn't do nothing for the team other than that. It'd be a cool thing to sit him down and let, like, Malik Monk continue to run, but it's not going to do nothing, bro.
Thanks for the call, TC. So, I mean, based on, and this feels messed up to say, but if you're going to sit there and say, oh, well, I dropped 60 with my hand, I appreciate De'Aaron for not making excuses, and I commend him for that. But with that being said, okay, well, then you need to play better, right? Because that doesn't feel fair to say, but if that's how De'Aaron wants us to take this, right? And if he's out there, you got to play better then. That's it.
Yeah. And I suppose that's the argument for sitting him down, right? It's like, well, if you just have to play better, then why don't we just wait until you're healthy to do that? And I understand why he's playing through it, and I understand why people are trying to just find some sort of solution to the issue, right? Maybe the rest does help, maybe it doesn't, but like we talked about before, the pinky thing's been since training camp, and the only argument for sitting him down would be the thumb, which I feel like I don't have adequate information to decide whether he should or shouldn't sit down because of the thumb injury. And by the way, he's not even on the injury report tonight.
No, he's playing. 916-339-1140. Let's get to Javi. Wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Javi? What you got for us?
How you doing, Mr. Stiles?
Hey.
I just wanted to make, for one, I respect, Kyle's opinion, but that whole sentiment, the offense runs through the air, like, no disrespect, but normally, usually, the offense always goes to Fox, but this isn't a usual moment. This is a, distinct injury-laden moment to where he doesn't need to shoot the ball 20 times, and it's not because of the injury, sir. It's because it's a hand injury to both of his hands. So the 20 shot attempts is absolutely asinine. They should be spreading those 3 or those 10 extra attempts. I think he should be at 10 attempts. Give the 3 or those 10 shot attempts that I think he's shooting more between either Sabonis and Fox, or Fox 10 attempts, give between Sabonis and Monk, or 5 each, or even split it 3 ways between DeRozan, Sabonis, and Monk, 3-3-4, however it may be, because him just going completely AWOL and smoking those layups and the bad shot attempts is only affecting our offensive productivity in regards to our field goal percentage.
Thanks for the call, Javi. I'll say this. I was just double checking how many shots De'Aaron took against the Nuggets. I'll say this. The smoking the layups, to me, I almost want to remove those, because De'Aaron has to take layups, right? We want him to make the layups, but those aren't the shots that I really have a problem with. It's the extra mid-range. He only took 6 threes, but 2 for 6 from 3. Maybe that's a little high, but he did hit 2 of them. The mid-range that he's trying to shoot through it is what it is. He's attempting to shoot through it, and that's not happening. Here you go again. In Denver, and I know a lot of them were at the end when the game is out of hand, De'Aaron has the hand situation, and I think this game is where he banged up his right thumb. De'Aaron took the most shots on the team. De'Aaron took 24 shots. 7 for 24, 3 for 10 from 3. So it's not about not appreciating that De'Aaron's out there, but be Rajon Rondo if you're going to be out there, because 24 shots, you took the most shots against Denver while you're working through this injury, and then you took the second most shots against the Knicks, and the only reason Malik beat you out is because Malik dropped 31. So it's not about whether I appreciate De'Aaron playing through injury. I'm just saying you can play through injury, but maybe the amount he's trying to shoot through it, and I think he needs to move away from trying to shoot through it. Just take your medicine right now.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's as simple as that, because if you go down to 10 a game, which is what the caller just brought up. I mean, that's less than Keegan Murray's taking per game.
Right. And I don't think it needs to be that. It seems like he's taking more to show I'm okay, but these numbers are not okay.
But wouldn't that be the Rajon Rondo thing that you just brought up a second ago?
I'm saying I'm saying be more Rajon Rondo. You don't got to be Rajon Rondo and be allergic to the basketball hoop.
So let's go. Should we go back to before the injury, what his shot totals were, or are we just focused on the last couple games?
If it looks like it's up, I mean, it feels like he's shooting more right now, but I haven't looked at the numbers.
Yeah, but okay. So in the games since he came back from injury, which was beginning with the Bulls game, the shot totals are, let me just pull it up real quick here. 16, 23 against the Bucks, 17, 12, 11, which was the game where he hit the shot at the very end against the Warriors, but he only had like one bucket up to that point in the game.
Right.
So he's at 23, 17, 12, 11, 24, and 20, which if you do the quick math averages out to like 18 a game, basically.
Yeah.
Which his season average is about 19.8. So he's averaging 20 shot attempts a game roughly this season.
So it doesn't seem to be any different. And the one thing, and Kyle, get the drop ready, is that as far as De'Aaron being more injured, than maybe he was, he's essentially saying it doesn't really matter.
I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Because that's what I was trying to talk to the rest of the roundtable crew about with Chris and Brendan. Hey, couldn't it be that this thing has gotten worse from when he dropped 60 with the tape, and now he's got the thing on his right thumb, and essentially De'Aaron is saying it doesn't matter. There's no point really talking about it, so it is what it is, right? So I understand where De'Aaron's coming from, and I also think some of it is a little bit of gamesmanship. But again, Jalen Brunson was guarding De'Aaron for a lot of that game, not Josh Hart for some of it, but not Josh Hart, OG Anunoby. So teams are starting to see, all right, well, if De'Aaron's not going to hit these shots, we don't necessarily need, like if they played the Rockets right now, I don't know that Amen Thompson would be as glued to De'Aaron as he was the last time they played the Rockets, which opened up things for DeMar and Malik. I don't know.
So here's an interesting stat I'll throw at you here. Between De'Aaron playing with Mike Brown and De'Aaron playing with Doug Christie, which obviously he missed a few games in the Doug Christie time, so he's only played, 10 of the games that Doug has been the coach. What would you say his shot attempts per game were with Mike Brown and shot attempts per game with Doug Christie?
De'Aaron?
Yes.
Well, I would feel like they'd be less. Initially, it felt like they were less with Doug Christie. Then when he came back from injury, felt like he started taking more. That's what it feels like.
So he had 20.1 per game under Mike Brown, shot 48% from the field, shooting 19 per game under Doug Christie, 19.1 to be exact, shooting 41% from the field. So he's taking one less shot per game, which is essentially nothing, but is shooting a lower percentage than before, which I think is why people might be attributing he's shooting a lot more, is that he's just missing more shots than it's been before.
Yeah. And this is a night, if it's just a slump, that's what we're all trying to figure out. If it's a slump, then it's a slump and he'll get out of it. But it's a slump combined with an injury that they don't really want to spend too much time on. So it's tough for fans to kind of break down what you're seeing, as well as, media members too. But the bottom line is, doesn't matter who is, because that's what we said about, Malik Monk and DeMar DeRozan when they're dropping 30. As long as you're getting the points from somewhere, it doesn't really matter, like De'Aaron says. But on the defensive end, that's more the issue. And De'Aaron, the ability to get those steals, to poke his hand in, is he as willing to do that, knowing that, his thumb is already kind of jacked up and his pinky on his other hand, on his shooting hand, is jacked up, and things like that. The Kings, they're kind of in the danger zone right now. We'll tell you why. More of your calls, more of your texts, more of your Sack Chat. Allen Stiles Show, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
With NBA League Pass, you can keep up with the whole league. Wait, is this for real? For real. So I can choose from so many live games? Yeah, up to 4 with multi-view. And watch my favorite players dunk? From every angle, home or away. Wow, unbelievable. Believe it, kid. With NBA League Pass, it's all possible. NBA League Pass, your home for streaming hoops.
Only select out-of-market games available and local blackout restrictions apply. Additional charges and other conditions may apply. Visit NBA.com/subscriber agreement for full terms and conditions.
Fall head over boots in love with music this Valentine's Day. Get ready for Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, returning May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, and more. Enjoy food trucks, mechanical bulls, and line dancing. Tickets start at just $52. Visit CITPfest.com. Brought to you by Hyatt Vacation Club. Don't just say, I love you. Show it with music. Buy tickets now.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. You know I'm a huge fan of their SUVs and sedans, but they also have a huge Vans fleet center. Listen up, business owners. Now is the perfect time to take advantage of tax deductions. They have the perfect van to power your fleet, including the new fully electric e-Sprinter alongside their very reliable diesel options. And even if you aren't a business owner, let's say you just want one for personal reasons. Maybe you want to go out on the town with the fellas or with the ladies, or maybe you want to take the kids on a road trip. Well, their vans are fully customizable. So check out Mercedes-Benz of Stockton right now. You can choose from their dependable diesel models or even go all electric with the new e-Sprinter. So head on down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton right now and check out their fleet center. Or, of course, you can go online at mbfstockton.com. That's mbfstockton.com.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
"916 says, watch what happens when Fox sits out and Monk and DeRozan are guarded by the other team's best defenders all night. Both of those guys are able to benefit from the attention De'Aaron gets from the other team. Regardless of the shooting percentage, people will always be afraid of his speed and prioritize stopping it." I agree with you, 916, and I also don't agree with you. Just as of late, I don't know how much teams are just shaking in their boots because of De'Aaron Fox's speed as of late, because I haven't really seen him prioritize it himself. And when he is getting into the cup, he isn't able to finish those layups. So I think normally you'd be right, but I do think it's getting out there now that De'Aaron is playing through something. So I'm not sure. I think if De'Aaron sits, yeah, like I said, DeMar and Malik, they're going to have to deal with the better defenders. But going back to the Knicks game, Brunson did spend a good amount of time on De'Aaron, which means that some version of Josh Hart was on Malik Monk and OG Anunoby on DeMar DeRozan and guys like that. So I think that you're correct, but the longer this thing kind of drags on, and tonight is kind of a whatever burger because
D'Angelo Russell.
Yeah, I forgot about that. And he played well against the Kings when the Lakers were beaten down on the Kings.
Is D'Angelo Russell the ultimate, he's great for a bad team player?
Oh, yes.
Because I also think of, Brandon Ingram has never won a playoff series in his career. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, D'Angelo Russell is just that perfect, give you buckets, win 25 games, just the perfect player for that.
Yeah. Well, he said it. He said, I'll never take for granted playing free basketball. And I guess a lot of people were trying to figure out what he meant by free basketball, but I think he's kind of telling us the truth. I get to play with no expectations and just get buckets. It's just pickup. It's NBA pickup. That's what he plays.
One of the craziest sentences I've ever heard, at least this season, is 10-year NBA veteran D'Angelo Russell. I'm like, that dude has been everywhere.
Yeah.
He's been on championship contenders. He's been traded for Kevin Durant. He's been all over the place. And the thing we've learned now is the best place for that man is just putting up buckets on a 30-win team.
I don't think a lot of people even remember his stint with the Warriors. That was so random.
Yeah, because it was with Eric Pascal and all those dudes that Warriors fans swore were going to be great NBA players. And it's like, no, Amari Spellman was only playing because everyone on the team was hurt.
Eric Pascal, real quick, not to get too off topic, but did you see that thing going around? Eric Pascal was on, I think it might have been the 520 podcast. And
is that the Jeff Teague one?
Yes. And he was saying how he couldn't play. He gets on the team, he gets on the Warriors, and that's when Clay and Steph were hurt. So he's just out here getting buckets, right? Then Steph comes back. He's thinking he's still going to get buckets. And he said he couldn't play with Steph because it was just everybody is essentially a decoy and you're just passing the ball around to Steph. And he said, I'm passing up an open shot to give it to Steph. And I'm thinking, I'm trying to get these buckets. And then he goes on to say, y'all saw what I did last year. And all the comments were just saying, no, Eric, we don't know what you did last year. But yeah, he got on a podcast and said he essentially wasn't willing to change his game to play with Steph.
Which is kind of crazy to hear, but that's why European and basketball was invented, right? You can go play for Olympiacos or one of those teams like that and just put up buckets. Sometimes that's just people's game, is just being a bucket getter, dude.
Right.
And Eric Pascal, true bucket getter.
True bucket getter, no longer in the league. But, hey, he didn't want to, or he either didn't, couldn't, or wouldn't. But I saw that note. And when you said Eric Pascal, it made me think about it. The reason the Kings are in the danger zone. Thank you for that. I thought it was a Eric Pascal song, and then it all came around. So thank you for that, Kyle. The reason the Kings are in the danger zone, the Fox is not healthy. Okay, I thought you were gonna play it. 15 of the next 21 are on the road. The Clippers getting Kawhi back. They don't have the tiebreaker against the Lakers. Luka returns in a couple weeks. The Timberwolves are heating up, and it's only a matter of time before the Suns make a move.
I don't think we have to worry about that one.
All right. So, I don't know, man. This is the 6th seed. I was feeling really good about this when the Kings were just not losing. How about that? When the Kings were only winning games, I felt really good about this.
So you're saying back when Doug Christie had literally the greatest winning percentage of any coach in NBA history, you were feeling good about the Kings?
That's right. They're a game ahead of the Warriors, okay, at 23 and 22. This road trip, I'm telling you, Kyle, and we talked about this last week, these teams are getting healthy, right? And the road trip that the Kings are on right now, obviously, you got to take the Nets is you need that game. Everybody knows that. After that, like I said, Philly beat the Cavs with no Joel Embiid. So I would not. A lot of people were throwing, okay, well, Nets and Sixers. Do we not remember how the Kings almost lost to the Sixers at home?
Yeah, they were real close, and there was no Joel Embiid in that game.
So I don't understand why everybody is sitting here saying, okay, well, you know, this road trip, you get the Nets and the Sixers. I mean, the Nets, sure. You get the Sixers, not going to be a walk in the park. Then you go to OKC, and then you go to Minnesota. And that Minnesota game's huge for tiebreaker implications and the fact that the Kings and the Timberwolves are both fighting for that 5th or 6th seed. After that, you host the Magic, the band is back together. Paolo's back and Franz Wagner is back. You get a little break against the Blazers. You got to go to Portland, and then you host the Pelicans. You play the Pelicans 3 times in a matter of a week, and that's not the same. Alvarado's back. DeJounte Murray is back. So that team is not what it was when they were 1 and whatever, and now they have 6. That is not the 6-win Pelicans team. And then in the middle of that all those Pelicans matchups, you have to go to Dallas, and February 10th, Luka might be back.
At least that's the plan for the Mavericks, is to have him back before the All-Star break.
This is not a game. This is not a game for the Sacramento Kings, and it is going to be tough sledding. We'll see what happens. Obviously, the trade deadline happens while they're on the road. Will they actually add anybody? If you're trying to, and especially now, we can forget the All-NBA conversation with De'Aaron. Obviously, Whitey and I had that conversation, and it made more sense, Whitey's point of view, as far as there still being plenty of time before De'Aaron, this finger got worse, his other finger got hurt, and he's just off, right? Feels like there's a combination of those 3 things happening. I'm almost ready to be done with the all NBA conversation. And when you look at what the Kings are dealing with and trying to get to this to into the playoffs, to me, making a move is just not even a question. It's not even a question. I think right now it's just tough because, it takes 2 to tango, but you have to think that Monty McNair, Wes Wilcox, they're not just doing due diligence. They're getting ready to swing on something, or they're getting ready to possibly say goodbye to De'Aaron Fox. Those are the 2 options I see.
Yeah, but the De'Aaron Fox thing, that's kind of by proxy of how the season goes, right? I feel like that one's out of their control because there's so many factors that could still change whether or not De'Aaron Fox stays or goes. It's just, do they get a deal that they like right now? And we've been having this conversation for a month. Do you give up more thinking that you need to convince De'Aaron Fox to stay, when I don't think the difference between De'Aaron Fox signing a long-term extension or not is John Collins?
But I do, though. I do, because I think that puts them in a position to mess around and get out of the play-in and possibly get to a second round.
I think the move is eventually they're going to have to do something, although I don't know what that something is or the timeline for when that's going to happen. I mean, we talked about on Friday, make a move before the deadline or wait until the offseason when more quality players are available, because contenders are not trading or selling pieces of their team right now. So, they have until probably July or August or maybe even training camp to make that quote unquote move that quote unquote convinces, I put all of that in air quotes, De'Aaron Fox to stay.
But I do wonder if how De'Aaron views the idea of, hey, we don't want to make a rash decision. We can always see what's available in the summer. I wonder how De'Aaron views that. And I know it's about the team and his teammates, not just the front office, but I wonder how De'Aaron views that when he is playing through injury. So it's, hey, I'm playing through injury. We're trying to get we're in the midst of a really tough, playoff race. There are dudes on the bench that are not getting time. And if they are getting time, they are not contributing. And we want to talk about what's going on in the summer. I don't, if I'm De'Aaron, I might say, why am I playing through injury if you guys if we're not trying to, not necessarily go all in per se, but why am I playing through injury and we're sitting here planning on stuff for the summer?
Yeah, that is an interesting point. And the organization, took a big risk in deciding we're going to fire Mike Brown.
Yeah, that too.
So, maybe there's more of a dialogue with De'Aaron when it comes to the roster construction, but I mean, this organization's made big choices without De'Aaron Fox in mind before. It's not disorienting to look at it and say the best move for the long-term viability of the franchise is to not give up a first-round pick and more for John Collins, or not give up a first-round pick for Kyle Kuzma. We'll just take our picks into the offseason when there may or may not be a player we like at a better value.
There's no way Kyle Kuzma is still worth the first rounder.
I don't think so either, but that's what the Wizards are asking for.
That is There's no way. 916-339-1140. Let's get to Mitch. Wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, Mitch? What you got for us?
I don't know.
Hey.
Cool. Yeah, I think he should be rested. It's not like in the playoffs, you got Ty Mahomes playing with a high ankle sprain as he did last year, and he gets his rest. He wanted to be fresh come March and April.
Mm-hmm.
And this would be the perfect time to trade for, I think Cam Johnson. I worked with the first-round pick. I'd rather have Kuzma. But have you seen the Knicks, especially, I think they got an over on Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to see Collins and Sabonis. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for the call, Mitch. Yeah, I mean, Collins and Sabonis, that would – I think we're cooking. And each and every game now, obviously, this game, a lot of people are saying Cam Johnson is in. Obviously, the Kings are in Brooklyn. If a Cam Johnson deal did happen, you could do all the physical stuff. You could get the physical exam. All that could be expedited with the team being there. So, and he is out with that ankle. So who knows? I wouldn't get your hopes up. But that is just me. That is not source information. I feel like how I feel about the Super Bowl, right? With Patrick Mahomes. If it happens, great. But I'm expecting the same roster to take off and leave New York. But you never know. Hopefully, either way, they're leaving with the W. Next up, we continue to talk about the current roster and who needs to step up for the Kings to get back on the winning side of things. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Kevin Herter plays here.
It's Herter. He's been hot. He fires. He's still hot. Kevin Herter from downtown has a 15-point first quarter.
Sacktown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Oh, I love this guy.
What's your name?
You know what I love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Jackson Hewitt makes taxes feel like a yacht rock song.
Please, give me my biggest tax refund, please. You, me, and a lifetime accuracy guarantee.
And now get $100 just to try Jackson Hewitt. Does your tax person do that?
Say goodbye to that no guarantee tax guy.
Ready to sail through tax season? Go to Jackson Hewitt and you'll be
reeling in the refund.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Listen for the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday with Johnny Mosley to get the latest weather conditions in Tahoe throughout this snow season. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
Can the Kings get back on the winning side of things against a short-handed Brooklyn Nets team? I mean, you got to get it done against the Brooklyn Nets, right? The Kings had been rolling as of late. They try to take their show on the road, and they have not won yet. 0-2 on this road trip, and it's going to get easier tonight. Okay, so you're able to get it done there. Well, we assume we're not going to count our chickens before they hatch. After that, what do you do against the OKCs and the Timberwolves and the Sixers? Those are the other 3 games that the Kings have coming up. As far as who needs to step up, I have been kind of breaking down a lot of the De'Aaron Fox stuff, but this bench to me is still a huge issue. And it's some combination, watching Josh Hart. I know he's a little bit taller than Devin Carter, but it did give me a lot of hope for Devin Carter. If Devin Carter can be some version of a Josh Hart who, offensively, he is not going to blow you away. His threes will come and go, but he finds a way to the bucket. He finds a way to make plays. I think his playmaking right now is obviously, more advanced than Devin Carter, but I do see a path there because of that. And because of Devin being a rookie, I just don't think it's fair to say that Devin Carter needs to be the one to step up or who needs to step up. I wouldn't put Devin Carter in that conversation. Keon's been doing his thing, some crazy numbers from Keon. Keith Smith did this research, 14 games under Doug Christie. Keon Ellis has averaged 24.3 minutes per game, 10.3 points per game, 52% from the field, 50% from 3 on 4.6 attempts. That's ridiculous. 1.8 steals per game. And look, I know I might sound a little bit dejected here, but the Kings are still 10-4 under Doug Christie. That's nothing to sneeze at. The tough part about it and why I'm not jumping for joy the same way maybe I should is simply because of the hole that they've dug themselves. And they have to play at this clip more close to the 10 than the 4 if they want to avoid that playing. It's not about, they've been playing great, right? In a vacuum without any thoughts about the remove playoff implications. I'm not worried about the Kings losing to the Knicks, right? I mean, I love the way they lost? No, but it's just a game where the Knicks had 4 days rest and they took care of business. When it turns into the standings and the implications for the standings, you're sitting here seeing the Kings in 9th, 10th place, and you're fighting just to get to 7, 8, let alone 5 or 6. That's where this whole thing becomes an issue. So as far as stepping up, I think Keon has been stepping up. Besides that, the Kevin Huerter thing, to me, he got skipped over for Doug McDermott. I don't know what happens tonight. I don't know if Kevin Huerter gets his normal slot or if it was a Doug McDermott type. You're just giving him that nod because he played, he shot the ball well against the Nuggets. Then he didn't take a shot against the Knicks. So I don't know who does what, but some combination of Trey Lyles, Devin Carter, and at least Trey Lyles is giving you more even when he's not scoring, but you'd like his scoring. Real quick on Trey Lyles, this was against, I believe, the Nuggets. He got to the corner, did his pump fake, get the dude up in the air, send him on a flight like an IG model, as Mark Jones says, and then just drives to the basket, and I think he either finished or got fouled. Why doesn't he do that more often?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with Trey Lyles. But one of the interesting things I remember is that during the Beam Team season, Jordy Fernandez was working with him, and Mike also brought it up, is that Trey Lyles would always go to the pump fake in the corner, and so defenses would always stop like that. And so it's funny now to see that defenses, or at least some defenses, are coming out and starting to expect the pump fake, and Lyles is bringing that back to his game, because it's kind of like they trained the pump fake out of him and he became a spot up shooter.
Right.
But now at times he's going back to that tendency. And I'm not saying it's bad or worse. It's just interesting that you brought that up, because they had worked hard to train the pump fake out of his game because he was doing it so much that teams were like, I'm just not going to go for the pump fake.
Right. And now, maybe it's been long enough that, because he tries to you can tell when Trey Lyles is shooting, and maybe this is me reaching a little bit, but when somebody is struggling, you can kind of tell. There was a play where he's just so rhythm oriented where it was not, I don't believe it was against the Knicks. I think it was against the Nuggets, where he got the ball. He was basically at the top of the key, passed it to, I believe it was Malik. Malik passes it right back to Trey, and Trey, literally, it looked like he was on a machine practicing. Got the ball, he got into his rhythm, shot it, and I think he might have made it. But he's so he's very particular in when he's able to take threes and feels comfortable taking threes. And you have that going on. You have Kevin Huerter, who can pretty easily get run off the 3-point line, and he's not really a threat to do much in the key right now. So the issue is your bench is already thin, and the dudes that you have, their skill sets are all pretty particular. There's not a lot of flexibility there.
My thoughts on it are is that we talked so much about the rotation finally getting some stability when everyone got healthy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they finally, for the first time, it was going to be Keon Ellis, Trey Lyles, Devin Carter, and Kevin Huerter. Right. That was going to be the bench unit. And now, all of a sudden, we're having these second thoughts about who the bench unit should be because Kevin Huerter's minutes are starting to go down. And so now we're back in that purgatory of, is it going to be Doug McDermott? Is it going to be Kevin Huerter? Is it going to be Alex Len playing minutes off the bench, or is Trey Lyles going to be the backup 5? In certain matchups, can they afford to have Alex Len as the backup center? We're back to that question of what are we doing and what are the rotations going to look like? And, it's one game, so I'm not going to say it was a mistake, but they put Doug in before they went to Kevin, and Doug put up literally the cardio stat line. 0 shots attempted, 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 0 steals, 0 blocks. Like, he literally was just running cardio.
But I don't mind going to Doug first.
Sure, but the point is more so that we're just questioning it again.
Yeah.
It's like they can never just find a bench unit that works. Meanwhile, and obviously the Knicks have had injuries, but it's like you can expect Precious Achiuwa is going to play 17 minutes a game. You can expect Landry Shamet's going to be their Doug McDermott or their Kevin Huerter, and you know that Cam Payne is going to be the backup point guard off the bench.
Well, and don't sleep. I mean, Miles McBride can get hot too, right? He didn't against the Kings. He was one of the only guys that wasn't hot, but they have dudes that when they come in, they are going to contribute in some way, shape, or form. The 916 is saying, why aren't they playing Carter? Yeah, Devin Carter, 7 minutes, and 4 of those were garbage time at least.
That one might be an injury thing, and I talked about that last week. I don't know whether that is his wrist is injured, and that's different than the shoulder, and I don't know whether he's just playing through it or if it's a hitting a rookie wall thing. I genuinely don't know what the deal is with Devin Carter.
Yeah, and you got to wonder how much they're willing to learn on the fly with Devin Carter, because obviously Doug was the, I think, 4th guy on the bench when the team was run and coached by Mike Brown. Devin Carter was injured. Okay, so he ramps up, he plays a couple of G League games, and now he's on the team. He's a top, a top 15 pick in the draft, so you have him there. But I don't know how much Doug or the coach, and they're on the road right now, I don't know how much the coaches have seen from Devin Carter and how comfortable they feel just letting a rookie who, he's 10 games in now, I think, but letting a rookie, and he's had some injury, just kind of go crazy. I mean, if anything, we're talking getting him to, I don't know, can you get him to 10 minutes a game? Maybe. I haven't seen enough from Devin Carter to necessarily feel like that's the problem, that you're not playing Devin Carter. When Keon wasn't playing, you could sit there and say, I know that this team is probably better with Keon on the floor, and that's from a whole year of watching Keon do his thing. I haven't seen enough from Devin Carter to necessarily say that the team would be in a better spot if you played him more.
Which, if you're going back to the Nuggets game, I think this is just the same conversation we've been having about roster balance literally since the start of the year. Because if Fox is going to play 40 minutes, if Malik Monk's going to play 35, he only played 31 in that game, but he's averaging 34 since he was moved into the starting lineup. If Malik's going to average 30 plus, Fox is going to play 40, Keon's going to play 20 to 25, they either got to play Devin Carter at the 3 or they just can't play Devin Carter at all, which is...
Or you don't play De'Aaron Fox 40 minutes.
Yeah, I guess that's the other argument, but it's just... They ran that I think we were talking about it after whatever game was last weekend. I think it was the Wizards game. They ran out a lineup with like Fox, Herter, Devin Carter, and I think it was Keegan and Lyles. And it's like they can get away with playing Devin Carter at the 3 if Kevin Herter is on the floor at the same time, or if DeMar DeRozan is playing the 4, and they just straight up don't want to play DeMar DeRozan at the 4. So they can only get away with that under certain situations of playing essentially the 3 guard lineup. That is, the 3 undersized guards, not DeRozan, who's that hybrid.
12 o'clock hour coming up next. We have some updates around the league. Kyle Kuzma upset with himself. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sacktown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sacktown Sports and SacktownSports.com.
Milo's Rewards Week is coming, and it's kind of a big deal. Members, get ready for 7 days of up to 40% off store-wide on hundreds of items. Save on the top brands in bath, tools, paint, and more. Our biggest member deals are on January 30th through February 5th. So if you're not a loyalty member, now's the time to join for free. Lowe's knows home improvement. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Ad paid for by RFA cancellation. Attention timeshare owners. If you need to get rid of your timeshare for any reason, please listen to the following message. Getting out of a timeshare commitment is not easy, and it takes time. But we specialize in helping consumers legally get rid of their expensive timeshares forever. Can't get the vacation dates that work for you? Maybe you felt taken advantage of or forced into the timeshare? Maybe you just can't continue to shoulder those monthly payments any longer. If you need to eliminate your timeshare commitment, then you need to take down this number, 800-823-1687. We will safely and legally get rid of your timeshare payments forever, all with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Don't continue to let your timeshare be a financial burden to you and your loved ones. Call us now at 800-823-1687. The call is free. The consultation is free. Call 800-823-1687. That's 800-823-1687. Again, 800-823-1687.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Meta Chevy sends you $8,000 off MSRP on new 2025 half-ton Silverado LT and RST after rebates.
Resolve to save now with $8,000 off new Silverados at MetaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
See dealer for details. Last on 2011 or newer Chevrolet.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by the league.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Roster upgrades. That's what everyone keeps talking about. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports. Kyle Kuzma about to discuss his decision-making, going back to last season and how it's affecting him now. And, you know, I'm on some Kings Facebook groups, and this quote that we're going to read, some people said, hey, this is why I'm out on Kyle Kuzma, which is not what I took from the quote. So I will get to that in a second. Some of these texts that we want to read through here, we have a question we discussed, with why aren't they playing Devin Carter? That was from the 916. And another 916, Jeff chimes in and says, I'm rooting for Devin Carter, but he just can't seem to finish at the rim. He looks unsure when he drives. Yeah, and I've talked about this too, Jeff. His touch is off. He's got to figure out that touch.
That may be our mystery, Jeff.
Good dude by all accounts, but he does not fit. Does not fit. All right, got to go.
I see this Jeff all the time, so I don't know. Maybe it's always been him. Who knows? But this Jeff is on the text line often. But yeah, the finishing for Devin Carter is kind of a problem right now. He'll get there, but yeah, that just goes to how I feel as far as you could play him more. And I know somebody that is connected with Providence would say, no, he will help you win games. I understand why this is a completely different situation than the Keon thing. Somebody in the SAC chat was saying, Mike Brown did the same thing with Keon. Keon had balled out in a play-in game, okay, to beat the Warriors in a play. Keon did it on a much higher and much bigger stage for a longer period. He did it all season long last season. So when Keon was getting doghouse DNPs this season, that was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Not Devin Carter not getting to 10 minutes yet, night in, night out. That's not ridiculous to me.
Because I remember when he was going back and forth on the two-way or back and forth on will he get the full contract or whatever it was. And by last year, it got to a point where it's like, no, he is on the roster and he is a essential part of what they are doing on the offensive and defensive side of the ball. And this year, you've just seen that encapsulated in him taking another step that, in fairness, you're never sure if the players who are former undrafted guys, G Leaguers, the found money players, as you like to call them, if they're going to end up taking that next step or if their ceiling in the NBA is just a deep bench guy or a 4-minute a game guy. Keon's taking that to the next level this year.
Yeah, Trent on the SAC chat saying Keon already earned his spot. Todd was the one who said short leash. Same thing Mike Brown did with Keon. Yeah, I just think they're two different situations with Devin Carter coming in. He really didn't get that much time to ramp up. They're in the middle. They're not sitting De'Aaron. They're not taking these games for granted at all. And there's just no time right now to work through the growing pains. I think the thing with Keon is he still has growing pains at times, but he helps you so much you can power through. I don't think we've seen enough from Devin Carter to say, whatever, I'm okay with the growing pains, we can power through. We just haven't, not to say that wouldn't be the case, but it's kind of a, do we play him more and see, or do we just, and again, they're 10-4. So it's not as if, things are all doomsday, but they have lost their last two and they're in the midst of a really rough road trip.
Man, these Kings rookies have all just been put through the strangest welcome to the NBA scenarios.
Yeah.
With Tyrese Halliburton getting traded a year and a half into Keegan having to be part of a 48-win team as the number 4 pick in the draft, to Keon Ellis, to now Devin Carter being dropped in the middle of a coach getting fired and a new coach. And, oh, hey, by the way, you're making your NBA debut. Just crazy situations. Why can't a rookie just have like a normal trajectory for the Kings?
I would say Keegan's was pretty normal.
I mean, sort of.
Most normal.
He was the only lottery pick that had a playoff run and was a contributor on a playoff run that year.
Kyle Kuzma, this is what he had to say. Kyle Kuzma says he's done trying to fit in on the Wizards. Here's the quote. I think today I just decided to be myself and not really try to fit into everything that we're doing here. Just being more assertive, demanding the ball, not just going out there and trying to let people develop, just playing my game. Now, Kyle will be the first one to remind us that Kyle Kuzma basically said no to a trade that would have put him on the Mavericks last season. Kyle Kuzma has been labeled as somebody who kind of just wants to get the bag, doesn't really care about winning, got his championship which feels like a long time ago out there in the bubble. Doesn't really feel like he needs to be a part of winning culture. Doesn't really care, I think, is another term. Kyle Kuzma, he's out there in Washington, D.C., not that it's a huge market, but obviously a lot goes on back east, and he's close to New York. He's got the model. I think they're just still boyfriend, girlfriend, but he's got the model partner, and he just that's what Kyle Kuzma wants to do. And he did not want to go to Dallas for whatever reason. And now he is kind of regretting this. And he has not requested a trade, but he's saying he's going to be doing his thing. So now I wonder what the Wizards think about Kyle Kuzma saying, I'm just going to do my thing, when the Wizards do want to develop some of their younger guys. So feels like this is the beginning of the end for Kyle Kuzma. And some people were saying as they read that, well, I saw Kings fans saying, yeah, I'm out on Kyle Kuzma. I don't really like, the stuff that he's saying. But to me, at least doesn't it kind of seem like he's starting to care more. He's at least it's run its course of playing what did D'Angelo Russell call it? Free basketball. Free basketball has run its course a little bit.
He's been playing a lot of free basketball
for
recently.
a long time.
It's been a lot of free basketball for Kyle Kuzma, which, by the way, after that quote, they played the Suns, and Kyle Kuzma. Okay, so the Wizards took 90 shots as a team in that game. Kyle Kuzma had 24 and Pool Boy had 16. The next closest was Sar with 12. So those two went out there and just said, by hook or by crook, we're going down shooting 25 shots a game, which Kuzma did score 30 points. They actually played fine, but Jordan Poole and Kyle Kuzma are just not it, man. They are just not it. But I love that team so much because they're like the reverse 73-9 Warriors.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. And I'm just looking here at the full article as Kyle Kuzma, was just asked different questions. He was asked about the trade deadline. We'll see how it goes. I don't know. I didn't think last year was the right time for a trade after
Did he
signing.
actually say that?
That's what he said after signing the deal. That was kind of more of a last year thing. I haven't had conversations with the Wizards. I haven't even talked about the deadline. I haven't talked about being traded. So this is really the first time I'm talking about it. So there you go.
Damn, that's even crazier than the first quote. The first quote where
he's got to double down.
Does he?
Yes. What is he going to say? Yeah, I should have left last season.
Well, no, I get that, but the fact that he just flat out was like, last year wasn't the right time for me, as if he didn't expressly say, I don't want to play for the Dallas Mavericks.
Because it wasn't the right time. It wasn't the right time.
If it was the right team, he would have been fine with it. He just expressly said, I don't want to play for those loser Dallas Mavericks, who then got PJ Washington and went to the finals.
Yeah, well, no, I think clearly he didn't feel like he was enough with Kyrie and Luka to make a run. So I don't know if that says a lot about Kyle Kuzma and how much work he wants to do, right?
What would be a greater meme team now that I'm thinking? Would it have been Jordan Poole, a Pool Boy and Jacuzzi continuing to do their thing, or Pool Boy and Grant Williams, the dynamic duo in Washington?
That sounds absolutely terrible.
But is it worse than Pool Boy and Jacuzzi?
Probably.
Because that would have been the trade. The trade would have been Kuzma for Grant Williams and other pieces going back to Washington.
Yeah. Mark from the 209 says, during the Knicks game, Fox would not pass the ball to McDermott and was throwing up threes and missing them, trying to show off in the Garden. That's from Mark from the 209. I have to rewatch the tape. I mean, yeah, he put up 20, and I really don't know how Doug McDermott didn't get up one shot in 9 minutes. So I don't know if he was trying to show off, Mark, but he was definitely putting him up. I think he's just trying to shoot through it. That you're trying to shoot through the slump that he's in right now, and also, get used to whatever new pain it is that he's feeling. But yeah, I don't know if he was trying to show off.
What a crazy sentence. De'Aaron Fox wasn't giving the ball to Doug McDermott.
Yeah, that's where we're at. That's why people are saying Monty needs to make a move, because that's where we're at.
What a crazy sentence to hear. They did not give him they did not give Doug McDermott enough shots because De'Aaron was the one keeping it. That's crazy.
Yeah, and again, not sure if that'll count. If does Doug Christie look at 9 minutes? How does Doug Christie look at Doug's 9 minutes? Is he saying, okay, we could have got Doug some looks, or Doug, you can't be in there for 9 minutes and not get a shot. That's on you. You're a vet in this league. So I'm curious how Doug Christie looks at it. 916, the question on whether or not this is Pharmacy Jeff. 916, Jeff says, that's a different Jeff, but gotta go. Nicely done there, Jeff. Kyle Kuzma. Kyle, would you buy low on Kyle Kuzma?
Oh yeah, for sure. I love Kyle Kuzma. Kyle Kuzma holds a special place in my heart because growing up in San Diego, Lakers were the only team on television if you didn't have League Pass. So I've watched so many games with those terrible baby Lakers like D'Angelo Russell, Jordan Clarkson, Lonzo Ball, Kyle Kuzma. Kyle Kuzma holds a special place in my heart, not for any reason other than just playing on terrible Lakers teams.
Also around the league, Mac McClung is back in the dunk contest. He is looking to be the first ever three-peat winner in the dunk contest. You have, this is from Shams, Orlando Magic's Mac McClung has committed to the NBA Slam Dunk Contest at All-Star Weekend. Sources tell ESPN he will aim for a dunk contest three-peat with a 4-man field set. You have McClung, Stephon Castle, Matas Buzelis, and Andre Jackson Jr. Okay. All right. Yeah.
Can any of them do a between the legs free throw line dunk?
Maybe.
Or what did Zach LaVine try and do? The 360 from the free throw line dunk? Can any of them do one of those?
I have a feel. I like this one. I'm just going to say that because I'm probably going to be there. And I'm going to enjoy it either way, even if it stinks. It can't be worse than the one with the Timberlands.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. Honestly,
that was the worst slam dunk contest ever.
Honestly, I forget the dunk contest now, except for the good ones. But you kind of have to wait every 4 or 5 years to get a really good dunk contest. I think you're just excited because of Matas Buzelis.
Of course. Reason. But I'm trying to remember if, and I think this is true, the Timberlands one is the same dunk contest where JTA got second place. If I'm not mistaken, that is the same dunk contest. That was the worst dunk contest I've ever seen. Ever. And on any level.
It was Cole Anthony.
Ward, he dunked in Timberlands, and some people were saying, you don't realize how impressive that actually is unless you've worn Timberlands, which are terribly heavy.
2022, I believe, was that dunk contest.
The worst. The absolute worst.
Was that also the one where JTA finished second?
It might be.
It's got to be because that was the year the Warriors won the championship, and that's the only year JTA has ever been relevant in the NBA.
Yeah, well, last year, let's not forget, the Kevin Durant stopper.
Yeah, that too. And the Lakers signed him to a contract, and they were like, championship pedigree.
Yeah, and then he never played.
Nope.
He never played.
But I saw he was the Mexico City G League team set a record for most attended G League game in history, and he had 35 points in that game. So he's cooking down there in the G League.
Oh, I know he was in Mexico, so now he's back in the G League.
Yeah, he's playing for the Mexico City G League team.
Gotcha. Well, hey, shout out JTA, and I have high hopes for this dunk contest. I'm not really sure why, but hopefully it is worth watching. We talked about the Kings and how they're kind of in the danger zone. Let's do some updated pocket watching. What happened over the weekend, and can the Kings get back on the right side of things? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Tonight, Kings and Nets. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 3. Tip-off at 4:30. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento King is Sacktown Sports 1140.
Hey, this is Greg Papa. Are you working through a major insurance claim? SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Your flagship station for the Bean Team, Sacktown Sports.
$12 hour. The Kings taking on the Nets at 1 o'clock. We will start our preview, taking on the Nets, who will be missing a lot. Nets are going to be missing Cam Johnson. The Nets will also be missing Cam Thomas. Ben Simmons, questionable as well. He did play when the Kings played them in Sacramento, right? I think he played.
I think so.
I believe he played. I know Schroeder didn't play, and I know Claxton didn't play. But I'm trying to, and I mean, what are we actually talking about if we don't even know if the dude played or not? Clearly did not make that much of an imprint. Not like Noah Clowney, though. Noah Clowney is a guy that you have to pay attention to as he burned the Kings in their first matchup.
Here was the starting lineup for the Brooklyn Nets.
Okay.
They had Ben Simmons, who in 27 minutes scored 4 points, 5 assists. How many rebounds is that? 3 rebounds, a triple single if I've ever seen one. Ben Simmons, Nick Claxton, Cam Thomas, not playing tonight, Cam Johnson, not playing tonight, Zaire Williams, and then, of course, the aforementioned Noah Clowney with 18 points off the bench.
Insane. I mean, that's the guy. I mean, with no Cam Thomas or Cam Johnson, Noah Clowney, he might be starting, honestly.
Yeah, let's see who played in their last game. They are currently on a 6-game losing streak. Let's see who got the nod in their last game. So against the Miami Heat, it was only a 9-point loss. The Nets starting lineup was D'Angelo Russell, Keon Johnson, Jalen Wilson, Noah Clowney, and Nick Claxton.
Ridiculous.
Their leading player off the bench is Tyrese Martin, and a player whose name I'm not even going to try and pronounce without looking at Basketball Reference.
That's quite all right. The Kings got to get this W, man. It's a huge. It's not a huge game as in the Nets are good, but you already lost to the Nets once, okay? And they were missing some guys. They're missing more guys tonight. De'Aaron Fox, all signs point to De'Aaron Fox continuing to play through his pinky, his head, shoulders, knees and toes, everything that is rough for De'Aaron right now. So we'll see how that goes. As far as pocket watching is concerned, not a great weekend as far as the top part of the play-in and the non-play-in teams. The Lakers still are sitting at 18 losses, but they did not lose to the Warriors. The Clippers still at 19. The Timberwolves had a pretty good weekend. Timberwolves a game ahead of the Kings. The Suns now a game ahead of the Kings. The Suns, I believe they've won their last 7. They're 7-3 in their last 10 games. The Mavericks, they had the Celtics. They're 4-6 their last 10. So the Mavericks have 22 losses with the Kings as well. And the Spurs and the Warriors have 23 losses each. The Kings do face the Warriors one more time. So not done with the Warriors just yet. But yeah, pretty bad weekend, Kyle, for the Clippers and Lakers, and I would throw the Timberwolves in there as well. Pretty bad weekend if you're a Kings fan. Lakers and Clippers. That Lakers sitting at that 18 losses is that's just a rough go, man. So now the Kings, you're talking about 4 games back of that 5 seed. You're still only 3 games back of the Clippers, but the Clippers now have Kawhi, and I just don't know. The Clippers are, James Harden had a really good game a couple games ago or whenever that was for them. So I do not trust the Clippers to implode. I don't trust the Clippers in the playoffs, but I don't trust the Clippers to implode and, end up in a 8 or 9 seed. They're going to be at worst 7 at worst.
Yeah, I think that's fair with the Clippers. But I think they're 6-1 since Kawhi came back from his injury, or at least 6-1 with Kawhi playing. Yeah, the Clippers are going to be really good team. Again, Jeff Van Gundy, all the props in the world. Ty Lue, all the props in the world. They got rid of Paul George and replaced him with Derek Jones, and they might end up being better at the end of all of that. The Timberwolves one kind of stinks because the Timberwolves had a couple chances to lose.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that one's unfortunate. The one that I think sucks is the Phoenix one, because who would have thought that Nick Richards coming in would change the entire fortunes of that team? And also sitting down Nurkic for the season has just been good. They can't find anyone who wants to take Nurkic, but that didn't stop them from just saying we're a better team straight up with him off the floor. We're just going to put Nick Richards and I assume a Plumlee is roaming around there somewhere. We're just going to put those guys in at center instead of Nurkic, and we're going to get basically better production. And at the same time, you've also got Ryan Dunn in the starting lineup now, which for all the talk about the Suns not having any rookie, any draft picks or any developmental system, Ryan Dunn seems to be a nice find for them.
Bucks, Clippers, James Harden, it was the last game he dropped 40 against the Bucks, and they won that game. So you would have liked to see the Clippers lose that one. But James Harden, 9 assists, 40 points. Norman Powell had 33. Kawhi Leonard had 18. I mean, what are we talking about here? As far as pocket watching tonight, Clippers at Suns. I guess you would. I'm going. You would root for the Suns there.
Someone's got to lose, and that's the most important thing.
That's right. So that's a big one as far as the implications. Lakers at Hornets. That's rough. That's another opportunity for the Lakers to stay at that 18 losses. Pistons at Cavs. Grizzlies at Knicks. That's probably just going to be an interesting game. Ja, Madison Square Garden. I'm definitely down to watch that. Rockets at Celtics. That's another good one, as the Celtics have been scuffling. Obviously, Kings at Nets. Wizards at Mavericks. Don't like seeing that. Hawks at Timberwolves. I mean, the Hawks can do some things from time to time, but this is kind of another. I mean, the Kings can hold serve because they have the Nets, but the Mavs are probably going to beat the Wizards. The Timberwolves are probably going to beat the Hawks. I think that's the game that could trip them up. Because you never know with the Hawks, you get a random Trae Young game. Nuggets at Bulls. Nuggets got smacked by the Timberwolves, so I think they'll be looking to get back on the right side of things. So yeah, you're gonna hopefully just hold serve, but I don't see the Kings gaining any ground tonight.
There is a scenario at the end of tonight where the Sacramento Kings could end up back in the 7 seed after these 2 tough losses. Now, would that scenario require Kyle Kuzma, who is no longer worried about your development anymore, and Pool Boy, who said, quote, I play at an all-star level. A lot of it can be political, but performance-wise, I am an all-star. Those two beating the Dallas Mavericks in Dallas would be required for the Kings to get to the 7 seed. But there is a possible situation where the Kings could be the 7 seed at the end of the night.
They got to win eventually, right?
Which ones?
The Wizards. They have, I believe they have 1 win on the road all season.
That is correct. Yes.
That's crazy.
They are really bad. And no, I'm going to say no, they actually don't have to win at some point. Remember the Pistons lost like 29 games in a row last year? I'm going to say actually the Wizards don't have to win a single game the rest of the season. They might not. It's honestly possible.
let's get to the Kings and what they have coming up as the teams they are facing. Starting to get a lot healthier. Can the Kings keep it rolling? 10-4 under Coach Doug Christie. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Nets. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 3. Tip-off at 4:30. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings. Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Lowe's knows how to help make your Super Bowl 59 party a touchdown. Let us help you prep your home to host with top brands like Charbroil, Blackstone, and LG, so you can be the MVP of game day. Plus, use the Lowe's app to find what you need for a seamless shopping run. Or huddle up with our Lowe's Red Vest associates to help make all your game time hosting decisions.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Joe Fallon's bedroom mini fridge. Sure, this pint-sized chiller's max capacity is 3 soda cans, but what it lacks in stature, it makes up in cooling strength. Each beverage a perfect 37 degrees every time. And the 2 feet Joe walks to get a drink, priceless. That's why his mini fridge is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
And I continue to love it day after day. In fact, me and my daughter, we were just on vacation not too long ago, and we rented a car while we were on the trip. And my daughter said, "Dad, I like your car better." I turned to her and said, "Honey, you know what? I like it better as well." And I couldn't wait to get back home to my Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV. You know, at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, they are more than just a dealership. They're a partner you can trust throughout the entire ownership of your luxury vehicle. Whether it's a refined C-Class or versatile SUV lineup, your perfect Mercedes-Benz is there waiting for you. Plus, right now, you can enjoy 3.24% APR for up to 72 months on certified pre-owned models on approved credit. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is your trusted partner in luxury and reliability. And they've been doing it for more than 30 years. So head on down right now to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton or online anytime at mbofstockton.com. That's mbofstockton.com.
Fall head over boots in love with music this Valentine's Day. Get ready for Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, returning May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, and more. Enjoy food trucks, mechanical bulls, and line dancing. Tickets start at just $52. Visit CITPfest.com. Brought to you by Hyatt Vacation Club. Don't just say, "I love you." Show it with music. Buy tickets now.
When an overwhelmed injury victim calls Ashton or Price, we immediately remove their legal burden and introduce them to the very best medical care in the region. They focus on their health, and we handle all the rest. When they reach the end of their medical journey and are reunited with happiness and hope, we unleash our decades of legal experience to obtain maximum compensation. We are real, local, experienced litigators and snappy dressers too. Consultation's free, and there's never a fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Sherry, what have you done to your hair? What do you mean? Does it not look good? It doesn't look good. It looks freaking amazing. I can't believe how thick and healthy it looks. Oh, I must know your secret. No secret. It's hair volume from New Nordic. Hair volume, huh? Well, it certainly lives up to its name. Your hair has never looked so thick. It is gorgeous. I was so tired of having thin and brittle hair. Ugh, and the shedding. So I figured I'd give hair volume a try. Needless to say, I'm thrilled with the results. Hey, where are you going? I'm going to pick up some hair volume right now. My reunion's next month, and I want my hair to look as good as yours.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of many award-winning natural health products from New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Scandinavia. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or your local CVS. Available as a tablet or delicious gummy. Help your hair look full, voluminous, and beautiful again at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
The Big O Tires President's Day sale is here. Enjoy historic savings with buy 3, get 1 free on our exclusive Big O branded tires. And every set is backed by our ProTech warranty. Installation required. Disposal fees extra. Not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for details. Valid through February 17th.
the home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Teams are getting healthier. Hopefully, De'Aaron Fox can also get healthier from the 916. In the month of December, Fox led the Kings in scoring 7 of 13 games. In January so far, he has led the Kings in scoring 2 of 12 games. Now, that's interesting because December is where everything went down. So they weren't really 7 of those 13 games. Did they win those games? You know what I mean? Because that's when the Doug Christie thing went in. And in January, 2 of 12, but they're also 10-4. So we can live in a world where De'Aaron, it's not necessarily about him hitting the shots. It's just about how many it feels like he's taking right now. And the numbers actually aren't that different. Kyle pulled them a couple hours ago. But as of right now, today, don't think we need 20 shots from De'Aaron. And I'm willing to be a part of freezing cold takes if he drops 40 tonight.
Okay.
But I would prefer not to see De'Aaron leading in shot attempts and hitting and or getting to 20.
You'll be laughing all the way to the bank, right? Because you're, what is it now, pentupling down on the prize picks?
He's got to be at 21 now, right? If he's still at 22, I'm going to freak out, and I probably will stay away.
I don't know. I mean, how many times have we come on the prop talk and you've said this is going to be the game De'Aaron did? You refused to do it on Friday.
Right.
Which I think it was down to like 19.5, but
no, it was never that. It was never that low.
Maybe that was the
Goblin.
The Goblin one, but
yeah,
the Goblin I know is 17 because that also did
and he didn't hit it.
No, but that's the thing. We're at the 5th pentuple down now. We got a pentuple down on De'Aaron's gonna finally get the over.
916-339-1140. Let's get to Casey. Wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Casey? What you got for us?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey.
I was actually calling. I didn't even tell him what I was calling to talk about, but I was actually calling to talk about De'Aaron Fox. Mm-hmm. I just hopped on, so I'm sure you guys have been talking about him already today. But just watching him the last few games, I mean, I'm not sure how he's going to get better because it only seems like his finger's getting worse. So, I mean, his numbers over the last 4 games, I'm sure you guys probably talked about 28% from the field, 20% from 3, 14 points a game. I mean, it seems like either he has to take some time off and try to get that finger better, or what are we going to do? Because it's clearly getting worse.
Yeah, and that's what thanks for the call, Casey. That's kind of what he's not saying, right? He spoke with Chris Biederman, Sacramento Bee, basically just said, I dropped 60 with tape on my finger and isn't really willing to say, yeah, it's worse than when I dropped 60. He's not saying it. I think that's what we're seeing. But as far as him sitting, they don't believe. And, you got the hip thing too with the gluteus situation. But with him not sitting, with Doug Christie coming out and essentially saying we're in the middle of a playoff race, he is not going to sit, and they don't see any reason to sit him even in a game like tonight with the Nets missing 2 starters. Possibly, I don't know. Does Ben Simmons start? I think he does.
Who cares?
At least 2 starters for sure.
The worst team not named the Wizards in the NBA, missing a lot of players.
So if you ain't gonna rest him tonight, they're just not going to do it.
Yeah, and I go back to what I said earlier. The De'Aaron Fox situation, because of the nature of it's a pinky, you can tape that together, and it's a thumb. Those are the injuries compared to like broken ribs or an ankle injury or a wrist injury. Those are the injuries that I would say least affect your basketball abilities because, your fingers and your hands still work even if your fingers don't. Right. So it's like that least affects your abilities on the floor. maybe you could argue it affects the shooting because he has to change the grip on the ball, but it hasn't seemed to affect the pinky one hasn't seemed to affect his abilities all year. It's more so the thumb now that I don't know how it's affecting him, but at the same time, he's not even on the injury report tonight, so it might have just been a little nicking against against the Nuggets, and now it's fine.
So they'll have the Sixers, who Paul George is back playing. Still no Joel Embiid. That's after the Nets. That's on Wednesday. Then they go to OKC. Last time I checked, Chet and Hartenstein were not playing. I don't know.
Hartenstein just came back.
Okay.
I think it was yesterday. He came back from another injury.
Great. Awesome. So you have Hartenstein, who will be back, and the Thunder, they handled the Kings with no Chet last time. Then you'll get the Timberwolves, who they're pretty darn healthy. And the thing about the Timberwolves, which is I'm excited to watch, but is also worrying me. I don't know if it was a doghouse thing or if Chris Finch just wanted to show Rob Dillingham that he needed to play defense. But Rob Dillingham is playing now, and he's getting playing time, and that dude can cook a little bit. So the Timberwolves have been playing him more. They've been kind of trying to get rolling. They have some quality wins these last couple weeks, and Rob Dillingham, I don't know what they're going to do. I saw something about Julius Randle maybe being moved, but if you move Julius Randle now, you're kind of just selling this season and just saying, let's just get to the play-in and have some fun, and then whoever we've moved him for, we'll do something. They're always doing something.
We'll have cap flexibility.
Exactly, and it'll be a big summer for us. People want to play with Ant. But
I think the bigger thing with Dillingham too is that Dante is out now for them.
Yeah.
So they just need bodies. Their bench, we talked about it when they played the Kings. Their bench was already super thin, and you take Dante out of there. There's not a lot they're working with.
530 says Monk is showing he can run this team. Kings should get all they can for Fox and make the current team more balanced and help with future picks. That's from the 530. Would you feel comfortable, right? If you make the move, obviously you would. If you did make the move, you would hope that you would get some win now pieces, but there would be a lot of prospects and picks like that as well. But if they move Fox, would Malik Monk be in a position to run this team? Or I guess that's probably what would happen, because you're not going to get you don't get a star back for a star. You're not going to get a new leader when you trade for De'Aaron Fox. You're getting hopefully a future leader in picks or a young player. But there would be at least an interim where if you move De'Aaron Fox, Monk would be the face of the franchise.
No, because Domantas Sabonis was
along with Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah. Look, the broader point, and this is not to dunk on the 530's point, is if they trade De'Aaron Fox, you have no idea what the team is going to look like next year. You have no idea, because that would just be one of a number of subsequent moves they would have to make. So if De'Aaron Fox does in theory get moved, it's not going to be they trade for a plug and play star, unless that plug and play star comes available, which right now we're not seeing that guy.
But why would, right? We're talking about a 3-team trade here, because whoever's trading for Fox, like if the Jimmy Butler thing, let's say Jimmy's gone, right? And it's the summer. If the Heat are trading for Fox, they're not going to give you Tyler Hero.
No, but they're going to give you Jaime Jaquez and Jovic and whatever.
Maybe. They'll give you one of those guys, right?
Well, I think they have. I don't want to do this, but they would have to do both, because they don't have the best offer. The best offer is the Spurs, without question.
But either way, whether he goes to Miami or whether he goes to San Antonio, you're not really, I guess Jaime kind of, but Malik Monk would still be your leader.
My point would be that you have no idea what the roster is going to look like when they make that move. It might not even be a 3 or 4 team trade situation. They got to make subsequent moves after that to bring balance to the roster, because when you're trading that star, you just get what you can get, and then you figure out the rest later.
Yeah. 916 says they agree with the 530 as far as moving on from De'Aaron Fox. Yeah, And we talked about this probably a month ago when things were pretty dark. And when it comes to De'Aaron Fox and moving on from him, whatever it is kind of a sad situation. But this is how it ends a lot of times for these stars, whether you win a championship or not. You know, the sun kind of sets. And I'm seeing Kings fans that like De'Aaron, and I know the Sack chat and the text line doesn't represent, all of our listeners at all. Don't get me wrong, but it does feel like on top of now with this injury and De'Aaron not playing well, that I don't know how many. I get confused on how Kings fans actually feel about De'Aaron Fox. How many Kings fans would be willing to give up Devin? It sounds crazy, but Devin Carter and future picks in order to get a win now player back to help De'Aaron. A lot of people seem to just be kind of done. And I don't think that's everybody, but I do think there are a good bit that don't necessarily want to be in the De'Aaron Fox business anymore, which is crazy to me. 707. Been saying this forever. Monk can 100% run this team. Please get rid of Fox. He's killing us. This is your guy. This is the best. Would you say the biggest star since, obviously the biggest star since Boogie? Would you say the biggest star since, would you say Boogie was probably a bigger star than De'Aaron?
I don't know about that. I would just say he's going to have his jersey retired. De'Aaron Fox could not play another game with the Sacramento King, and he will have his jersey retired by the organization.
That's how y'all doing De'Aaron, huh? That's crazy to me. Because you don't know. You could get you can get the next Shai Gilgeous-Alexander back in it. That could be Stephon Castle. Who knows? Or you could be continuing to rebuild again.
Or you could
rebuild again.
Or you could be the Houston Rockets, who lost James Harden and then were bad for so long after that.
Yeah. Interesting stuff. Got more texts coming in. We will read them on the other side. Also, a little bit of NFL with the coaching updates. We talk about the tush push that didn't work 4 times for Josh Allen. And at 1 p.m., we have our Kings Nets preview. Allen Stiles Show, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Nets. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 3. Tip-off at 4:30. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings. Sacktown Sports, 1140.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hey, it's Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, and the regular season is over, but the high hand bonuses, those are not. $500 per primetime football game, whether it's weekend, Monday night, whatever it may be. And those bonuses available until the season ends, including the big game on February 9th. Capital Casino, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com. Please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway. Because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
This 49er injury report is brought to you by Jeremy Winter, attorney at law. He cares because he's been there. After an injury-plagued 2024 season, which ended 6-11 and out of the playoffs, the 49ers will focus on getting healthy in the offseason. Running backs Christian McCaffrey, Jordan Mason, and Isaac Guerrero all suffered season-ending injuries, Left tackle Trent Williams' ankle kept him out late in the year, and Brock Purdy missed the season finale with a hurt elbow. 49ers hope to enter 2025 with a full roster back intact.
Serious accident. You deserve the law offices of Jeremy Winter. 877-637-3237. Jeremy lost his mother in a car accident and knows firsthand the pain caused by tragedy. That is why he became an attorney to fight for others who are going through a tragedy. If you've been seriously injured in an accident, you deserve more. You deserve better. You deserve Jeremy Winter. 877-637-3237.
How about you try something new this year? A resolution to enjoy what you drive. And the only way to guarantee that is at Sacramento Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. And it's not just because they're centrally located right across from Hagan Oaks Golf Course or their huge selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. It's because their general manager, Chuck Dean, and his team, they really take the time to get to know you and your goals. To them, it's not just about a car sale. It's about building generational relationships with someone you can trust. That's why people come from all over, Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville, because Sacramento Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram, it's where a handshake still means something.
The good news? Now that you've lost the excess weight, InShape Fitness is here to help you maintain your new look with everything from fitness classes to full-length mirrors to admire your new self. We are InShape. You are ready. Join online today at InShape.com.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Moving on from De'Aaron Fox. Okay, so I read a couple texts and chats from the Sack Chatters. That's our YouTube if you're ever done driving and want to continue to watch us, see what I'm wearing, see Kyle's ridiculous Chiefs jersey. You can see it all in the Sack Chat. Just search Sacktown Sports 1140 on YouTube and be a part of that growing community. A lot of people are chiming in now defending De'Aaron Fox. Hi, fellas. Nope, the reactive fan base is so wrong. We need Fox and need to stay the course to build around him. Come on. 530 says, if anyone is talking about trading Fox, they are bandwagon fans that have only been watching these past couple seasons. Fox is our future. We just need him healthy and a wing and rim protector. We can be a top 3 seed in the West and in the league. 916. People are idiots. Resign Foxy. Be loyal. Another 916. If people really wanted Fox traded, do they think about how it would make the Kings look in other players' eyes? Well, I don't really know if it would look what looks worse would probably be not trading De'Aaron Fox, because you get to trading De'Aaron Fox because you didn't achieve a level of success that De'Aaron wanted to achieve, and you probably didn't achieve that because you didn't make a move. So I don't think that players would look at moving De'Aaron Fox as the issue. I think people would look at the fact that if we get there with De'Aaron, it would be because you probably didn't make a move this trade deadline. You didn't make the playoffs. So now De'Aaron wants out, and the conversation has gone too far. So I think players would, it's kind of the same thing as what you're saying, 916, but I don't think players would say, man, they traded De'Aaron, look at everything he did. It would basically say, hey, we're choosing to keep our future instead of building around you, De'Aaron. So that is what I think players would see and say, man, De'Aaron said he wanted to stay in Sacramento and they didn't want to move picks just to give him another piece. That's what I think players would look at.
Yeah, I guess I could understand that part of it, the way other people are looking at it. It's just, I still think the Sacramento Kings game plan A is to offer De'Aaron Fox a contract extension and hope that he signs it.
Mm-hmm.
That's still plan A and plan B. And then, I mean, I don't know if they would consider running it back next year without a contract extension and risk the possibility.
No, I don't think.
I don't think so either, but it's just, at this point, they are operating under the assumption that I assume De'Aaron would be part of the franchise long term. I don't think there's convincing that needs to be done that they can do other than just like winning basketball games. I don't think there's like a move that can be made at the deadline because I don't believe John Collins is the difference between De'Aaron Fox staying or De'Aaron Fox leaving.
And what I said earlier on the show is I do kind of feel like that, just simply because I just think that they could get where they could get far enough in where they get to the second round and De'Aaron says, you know what, I will sign and I will stay. I think the issue there becomes once that happens, or if that happens, the work isn't done, right? And maybe that is the conversation that's being had. You make a move for John Collins and you get to the second round and De'Aaron signs, you still have to keep, it's not just about keeping De'Aaron happy. Everybody has to stay happy, right? And getting to the second round is not ultimately your goal. It is right now because the Kings haven't been there in a very long time. But you convince De'Aaron to stay, there are more tough decisions that will be made. You know, you get to the second round, you got John Collins, but nobody is calling that team a favorite in the West with simply John Collins. So there would still be more. This would be part one is building a competitive team and making the bench better. Part two is signing De'Aaron Fox, right? Based on how you've competed. And then part three would be, if you get him to do that, becoming an actual championship contender. Because if you get to the second round this season, okay, and you added John Collins, nobody would be picking the Kings to win the whole thing. So there would be more tough decisions to make. And we don't know if the Kings want to make those, not just this, because moving Trey Lyles and Kevin Huerter is not a tough decision, right? I don't think it is. You convince De'Aaron to stay if they want him to stay, and you have your John Collins, you have this new lineup. Those next moves coming up where, you know, you're talking about Keegan Murray and Devin Carter and some of these other moves to continue to get better. There are more tough decisions to be made.
Add in the point that DeMar DeRozan is essentially on a 2-year contract. I know there's a player option for a third year, but it's essentially a 2-year contract for DeRozan. So if Fox re-signs his extension, before that extension ever kicks in, they might not have DeMar DeRozan on the team. So the version of the team that fields the court 2 years from now is going to look obviously different than the team that fields right now, regardless of whether De'Aaron Fox signs an extension or not.
Yeah. And to me, and I've said this before, I would do whatever I could to keep De'Aaron Fox. I know there are levels, and if you want to put him in a different star level, I gotcha. I would probably do the same thing, but I just think being in Sacramento and taking a chance on a young star or a young player and hoping that they become a star versus having the star, I would do whatever I could. And that means right now during this trade deadline, making the team as good as it can be for this push, because the West can be had. I think the West can be had. I think OKC is tough, but if the goal is just to get to the second round could definitely be had with one or two tweaks. That's for sure.
The second round can be had. I will give you that. It's just Jokic and SGA play in your conference, and that's the tough part. Is like we talked earlier on in the show, the Kings really struggled defensively against the elite offenses of the NBA. And obviously you expect that the players with the best, or the teams with the best players, would play well, but it's like the Knicks have a top offense and they had their second highest scoring output of the season. Giannis is really good, and they were up 51-24 early on against the Kings.
Yeah.
Jokic is playing it as like an MVP. He also put up 35, 22, and 17 against you. So it's like the Kings struggle against those top teams, and I don't think they are in the same tier as even a Denver, arguably even a Memphis. But yeah, I think depending on how you get the luck of the draw, if they get to a 7-game first-round series, there are matchups that are favorable to them.
Oh, yeah. Even going back to the Beam team season, I think the Warriors were a tough matchup. I think there were a lot of tough teams that year that the Kings, they would have been in a tough spot either way. I think, like you said, who knows what happens if they face the Lakers, but they also got probably the worst matchup I think they could have got against the Warriors.
I'm trying to think back to that season now, because you had the Nuggets as the 1 seed. You had the Clippers and the Suns. I mean, I guess you could argue the Clippers without Kawhi or Paul George would have been a better matchup.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah, I guess you're right. I think the Lakers for that Kings team, the Lakers would have been a better matchup than the Warriors. But that's, to each their own. We'll never know the exact answer. I just say, because I believe it, the Kings would have gone to the Western Conference Finals if they had beat Golden State in that Game 7.
And now going back to this Western Conference, I think I would feel pretty confident against the Grizzlies. Not to say I think that they would win, but if you're just not the 8th seed,
they're not going to get bounced in 4 or 5 games.
Not against the Rockets, not against the teams that you would want to avoid. To me, in the first round is just OKC and Denver. Those are the only 2 teams I would not feel like the Kings really have a shot.
I would throw the Clippers at full strength in there too, just because of what they bring defensively.
Maybe, but now you're talking about, that's 3. It's hard to avoid 3 teams. It's easier to avoid 2.
For sure. And I don't feel great about Memphis either.
No, me neither, but I think they would have a chance.
And they did lose 4 games this year to the Lakers.
You've just said every team now. Yes, every playoff team.
But it's just to outline the point that, let's just focus on getting to the playoffs right now.
That's true.
Those 6 teams that we just mentioned is yes, the Kings would probably struggle against all 6 in a 7-game series. All I just want is play the Rockets. They can beat the Rockets.
That's right. And they will have to beat the Nets. The Nets beat the Kings out here in Sacramento. Time for a little payback. The preview is up on the other side. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Nets. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 3. Tip-off at 4:30. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings. Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard.
I'm the refund tree.
Sawing off its branches.
Hey.
Feeding them through a wood chipper.
My branches! My beautiful branches!
And dancing in its refund rain. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-990-1551. That's 800-990-1551.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures. Until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave coming to you from my good friends at American Energy. Look, it's already cold outside. It's only going to get colder. American Energy wants to help you stay warm and make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of the $49 tune-up inspection. Normally $119, $49 right now, and that includes a full safety and duct inspection. And check it out. If your system's over 10 years old, and I'll bet it is, the tune-up, yeah, it's free. It's free from a company that's been in business since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ Better Business Bureau. Check their Yelp, check their Google reviews. Don't take my word for it. Give them a call right now. $50 off your first recommended repair. If you need a new furnace, half off the price of a new unit. Check them out at theaeway.com and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, reminding you that every deal at Folsom Lake Ford is a slam dunk. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, including America's best-selling truck for over 47 years, Ford F-Series, plus a huge selection of Broncos, Bronco Sports, and all of Ford's award-winning SUVs at FolsomLakeFord.com. Listen, I know a great play when I see one, and if you want to save on a new Ford, you gotta drive the lane straight to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with zero down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest financing, and Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. So hurry to Folsom Lake Ford, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they're my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop them online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Can the Kings move to 11-4 under Coach Doug Christie? For a while, there was only one loss. There was another, and now there's 2 in a row. Feels like a very, very long time ago where the Kings have lost 2 in a row, and here we are in the Kings-Nets preview. The Nets, Spark Notes, they're terrible. 28th in offensive rating, 25th in defensive rating, 29th in net rating. They're 2-14 their last 16 games, 6 straight losses, 10 straight losses at home. The worst net rating in the NBA since December 27th goes 30th, the Wizards, 29th, the Nets, 28th, the Magic, 27th, the Raptors. So there is literally no way, and I mean no way at all, that the Kings should lose this game. Zero. No Cam Johnson and no Cam Thomas.
Oh, and a bunch of other people, like Trendon Watford's going to be out and Maxwell Lewis. If you look at the net rating numbers themselves, 27th is the Raptors. Okay, they're negative 6.5 in the net rating. The 28th is the Magic. They're negative 9.8. So they're almost like 3 points per 100 possessions worse than the Toronto Raptors. Next is the Nets, who are 4 whole points behind the Magic, which is 7 points behind the Raptors in 27th place. The Raptors at 27 are closer to 10th than the Nets are to 27th, which is the Raptors. And then the Wizards are just the Wizards. They're the worst team in the NBA, maybe the worst team in 5 years in the NBA. But this is basically like playing the Wizards, but slightly less tragic.
Hold on, Kyle. This is 2 minutes ago. It is breaking news, but it's not for Sacramento, so no.
When it breaks,
No, but breaking news from Shams Charania.
When it breaks.
The Miami Heat are suspending Jimmy Butler indefinitely, sources tell ESPN. This is 2 minutes ago. Shams goes on to say Jimmy Butler walked out of Heat shoot-around this morning after being informed the team is planning not to start him, with Haywood Highsmith starting moving forward.
Oh, my Lord.
Why would they not? I guess, hey, we're kind of you're just coming off the bench for us. And he said, okay, I'm leaving.
Yeah, this is just becoming a giant you-know-what contest.
Cluster. Oh, that too.
This is a giant you-know-what contest between Jimmy Butler and Pat Riley. There's texting them, hey, you guys just fly to wherever without me. I'll catch a flight there. Suspended him for that. Now they're talking about putting him on the bench just to make it less awkward and tank his trade value. It's just crazy what's happening right now.
Yeah.
Eric Spoelstra was like, yes, it's a distraction. Like, let's not pretend it's not. It's crazy that they brought him back. I thought there would be no chance he would play another game with the Miami Heat, and it's just taken them this long. Now they finally got to the point where it's like, okay, please don't come back until we trade you.
Yeah, I saw this over the weekend. Jimmy was like a local event in Miami, and he said, I love this city with everything that I have. That's what he said over the weekend. And that doesn't mean anything to me. That means nothing to me. That doesn't mean he's staying. That doesn't mean he wants to be there. He's basically just saying it's not the team's fault. It's not the city's fault. It's just Pat Riley's fault. And I don't even know where this thing went so left, but they said, hey man, we're gonna bring you off the bench. And he said, oh really? Okay. So does that make is Jimmy a bad teammate?
Is Jimmy Butler the man who grabbed the 4 bench guys and went out and beat the starters?
I don't know if he's a good teammate or a really good teammate or a really bad teammate. I honestly don't know.
Jimmy Butler has a history of when he wants to get out of there, burn the bridges, man. I don't know if it's the teammate thing or if it's the organization thing, but he's not really a part of that team, and he hasn't really been for like a month now. It's crazy to me that they have made the conscious choice to invite him back. Because once you make that suspension and once you really start messing with his money, I don't really think there's any way back from that. So I don't know why they tried to do this 1 foot in, 1 foot out thing with Jimmy. They should have just paid him to not show up, which I assume is probably what's going to happen now.
Yeah. So, yeah, that dropped about 5 minutes ago, top of the hour. Jimmy Butler suspended indefinitely. Somebody on the Stack Chat, Todd, is saying that the NBA Players Association needs to get involved. Well, they tried to the first time with the suspension. I'm sure they will. I mean, they're just going to say conduct detrimental to the team. I mean, he walked out, so they suspended him for leaving practice is, I guess, how this thing boils down. He got told, you coming off the bench. It reminds me of the Carmelo Anthony. Remember that? AP, they say I got to come off the bench. It reminds me of that. He didn't even joke about it. He just left.
Yeah.
So they suspended him.
He said goodbye.
And maybe what it was, hey, we want to suspend him. So we're going to we have a feeling this is how he'll react.
The only reason to bench Jimmy Butler is just to upset him or just to protect the asset that you're getting ready to trade.
Do you think this was Pat Riley? Hey, bench him.
I don't know how the Heat organization works, but this is not a good basketball. But there is no basketball reason for benching Jimmy Butler, right? He's Jimmy Butler, and the guy they're replacing him with is, again, Haywood Highsmith.
Right. And if these guys weren't all tall, young, rich, and living in Miami, I might actually feel bad for them. So if you take all that out of it, I do kind of feel bad for the rest of the Heat players. I mean, what a waste of a season.
I mean, the weirdest thing is they're still technically in the playoffs right now, which is just how the Eastern Conference works. But this is just a mental health nightmare. I would imagine if you're the Miami Heat, just trying to always walk on eggshells has to feel awful. Like, they've admitted it's a distraction. Kevin Love is coping with memes on the internet, which is crazy that Kevin Love is going on Instagram and like live streaming the entire thing through memes. I don't know what they do going forward. I don't even know what they're going to get back in a Jimmy trade. Like, if they make this deal and okay, they end up with Chris Middleton and X player and Y player and future draft picks, that doesn't make this feel any better at the end of it. It's just reshuffling the cards on a team that's probably a 7 seed, but now they don't have maybe the greatest playoff performer of this generation on their team.
You love Jimmy, don't you?
Jimmy Butler, playoff Jimmy Butler is a real thing. And I don't think we talk enough about how amazing it is that he is the best player on 2 conference championship teams.
Crazy. Back to the Kings and Nets. So yeah, the Nets stink. All right. They are not good and they are not very healthy. Cam Johnson out, Bojan Bogdanovic out, Cam Thomas out, Trendon Watford out, Maxwell Lewis out, DeAnthony Melton's been out, Ben Simmons is questionable. You have to get this done, right? And the idea that there are literally zero excuses. Yeah, to your point, Kyle, this could be if they lost, they're not going to, but if they did, it would be the worst loss of the season.
Yes, this would be worse than the Portland loss.
By far.
I mean, not by far. That Portland loss was pretty bad, but it would just have to be an effort thing. Like I even if D'Angelo Russell hit 8 3-pointers, I still think they would survive that.
And he might.
On how many
he's going to take enough.
Is he going to be shooting? Is he going to be Kyle Kuzma and shooting? What is it? 25 shot attempts that Kyle Kuzma said when he's tired of your developing Alex Sarr. I'm just going to shoot 28 times.
Who takes more shots tonight?
D'Angelo Russell.
It
doesn't matter who you're going to say.
Or De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, it's D'Angelo Russell. That's my pick.
It better be D'Angelo Russell.
It's going to be D'Angelo Russell, Keon Johnson, Noah Clowney, and Nick Claxton. Yeah, D'Angelo Russell. If D'Angelo Russell doesn't sit the third quarter, D'Angelo Russell might have 25 shot attempts tonight.
916 says Jimmy should have just worn the fat suit like Harden. That's from Jim in the 916. Yeah. Well, he found a way to get himself suspended. And like you said, Kyle, yeah, suspended without pay. I think he's probably still getting paid.
I think what his agent is probably telling him is that, and what the Players Association is telling him is, we're going to get your money back, right? Like, he's not going to collect the paycheck, but we're going to get your money back. I don't know how long that appeals process takes, but they're probably telling him, don't worry, we're going to get your money back, or at least some of it. Because that's the crazy thing about this, right? Is like, he's fighting for that second contract and is willing to give up $6 to $8 million in suspension and fines in order to get that next big contract.
Yeah. On the other side, we continue to break down the Kings. Can they get it done out there in Brooklyn? If they lose tonight, is it time to panic? Allen Stiles Show, Sacktown Sports.
The only place you'll find Kevin Herter is Sacktown Sports.
Herter's open, steps into 3. He's got the triple.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Kevin Herter, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Happy New Grill. Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. Give your family a real treat as we did on Christmas Eve. Bring out all the flavors of the new year with the amazing Napoleon Prestige line of outdoor cookers. Napoleon grills have features other grills can't match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Complete with a lifetime warranty and premium steel that boasts absolute quality. Whitey and Napoleon Grills wish you Happy New Year. Visit Green Acres Nursery today for your best selection of Napoleon grills and accessories.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Some more news on Jimmy. So it's a minimum 5-game suspension, which would basically take the Heat to the trade deadline. So they're hoping that by the time it's over, he is not there anymore.
Yeah, this is according to Ira Winderman, who's a really good local reporter down there in Miami, is that it's a minimum 5-game suspension. And if you look at the schedule, 5 games takes you up to Friday, February 7th, which is obviously the day after the trade deadline. So Jimmy Butler is not going to play another game for the Miami Heat. I will tell you that. Whether he gets traded or not, he is never playing another game for the Miami Heat.
Crazy. 916 says playoff Jimmy Butler is done, cooked, gone. Well, I mean, it doesn't really help to waste what is he, 35? It kind of was a waste of a season for him unless he goes to a contender. So in terms of playoff Jimmy, that's a waste of this season, which means the next time you could see playoff Jimmy is 36. Does 36-year-old playoff Jimmy interest you? Because I don't know if it interests me too much, depending on who else is with him.
I mean, well, what if I told you he's the number 3 on a contender? Because I think it was the Shelburne story that came out last week that was basically like Jimmy's looking at it as if it's, well, if you're going to prioritize Tyler Hero, who's playing like a fringe all-star, and Bam Adebayo as the 1 and 2, well, I'll just go be the number 3 with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker than waiting for you guys to turn Tyler Hero and Bam Adebayo into the next Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic.
Yeah. Of course he's going to come to the West. Everyone's moving west. That's just how it goes.
Including Vucevic, who it looks like him and the Warriors are trying to negotiate a deal, but they're hung up on the same protections for a first-round pick.
And that would mean that the next time the Kings see the Warriors, if this goes through, they will either have Vucevic or it'll be the kind of the same crew here. I'm looking here. The Kings play the Warriors. Yeah, February 21st. So you will either see a new look Warriors team or you won't. Either way.
I think they're going to whoop up on them either way. I don't think Nikola Vucevic is going to save them from, what was the stat that Steph Curry was a gaff at? Was it 1 in 20 when trailing going into the fourth quarter? I don't think Nikola Vucevic is going to save that.
And they already have Quentin Post. What do they need Vucevic for?
Yeah, are they trading Trace Jackson Davis for this? You can't compromise the future, right? Dual timelines.
That's right. Light years ahead. So we'll see what ends up happening there. For the Kings and what the Kings got going on, and we talk about All-Star and All-NBA, Domantas Sabonis this season, 21 points per game, 14.4 rebounds per game. That's first in the NBA, by the way. 6.4 assists. His assists are back up. I felt like the beginning of this season with the addition of DeMar DeRozan, his assists were kind of suffering. They're back up. 47.6% from 3. That's good for third in the NBA. 40 double-doubles. That's first in the NBA. 6 triple-doubles. That's fourth in the NBA. Highest field goal percentage by a player with 20 or more points per game. And StatMuse ends all this by saying, All-Star? ? I saw a head-to-head between Domantas Sabonis and Şengün. And if you take away what the teams have done, it really shouldn't be a question, right? It should be Domantas Sabonis. But how much do they care about rewarding the higher seeds? You know, I understand why you should reward that, but if you're balling, you're balling. There's just, like you said, there's no real rules. It's just based on what they're feeling that year.
Yeah, like last year, Carl getting the last spot over Sabonis was just a vibes pick because the Timberwolves had the 1 seed at the time. And obviously they did go to the conference finals, but in hindsight, picking Carl over Sabonis when Sabonis made All-NBA last year was kind of ridiculous when you look back at it in hindsight. To that triple-double stat, I thought this was crazy because Sabonis and Josh Hart both had their 6th triple-double of the season on Saturday, and they're tied for 4th. Do you think you know who the 3 players with more triple-doubles than Sabonis and Josh Hart are this season?
Jokic,
obviously, he's got 20.
Jokic, I would say Giannis.
Nope, not Giannis.
Is it Westbrook?
Not Westbrook.
Is it Cade?
Cade is number 3 at 7. And I'm just going to tell you who number 2 is because it's insane. Number 2 with 9 triple-doubles this season is 40-year-old LeBron James.
Wow. I should have saw that coming.
It's truly, I could not believe it when I saw that 40-year-old LeBron James has 9 triple-doubles this season.
Yeah, and for everything Domantas Sabonis has done, if he doesn't get All-Star, I mean, we're probably going to look at All-Star just differently in about 20 years. You know, it's a popularity contest. Well, it's always been that, but.
And I'm going to make the same, I mean, I say it every year, so I get tired of it, but like a broken record, there is no reason the All-Star roster shouldn't be 15. Mm-hmm. The reason it was 12 in the first place was an arbitrary decision they made in 1976 when they were putting together an ABA versus NBA All-Star game.
Yeah.
An arbitrary choice they made back 50 years ago is the reason why All-Star rosters are 12 when NBA rosters are 15. If there were 15, sure, you'd still have debates, but there wouldn't be any egregious misses. Like Damian Lillard should have 2 more All-Stars because he got snubbed. Devin Booker on those bad Suns teams should have gotten an All-Star game and they just wouldn't give it to him. Sabonis should have the one from last year. It's like if they just made the roster 15, at least the obvious people would all get to be in the All-Star game.
As far as tonight's game is concerned, I don't think we got to worry about Domantas Sabonis stepping up. And we've talked a lot about De'Aaron Fox, and obviously Malik is going to do his thing as well as DeRozan. One of the things that we haven't really been talking about, and I'm double checking to see what he did against the Knicks. I really do like Keegan Murray. He was 2 for 7 against the Knicks, but it does feel like his 3-point shot is on the way back. When Keegan, he's shooting with more confidence. You know, I think the Knicks, that was just a tough matchup. There's a lot to do defensively, but I feel good about Keegan shooting the basketball slowly but surely, making his way back. As far as the bench is concerned, I don't know if we see more Devin Carter tonight, if Doug still gets those Kevin Huerter minutes, but somebody from that bench is going to have to step up because, I mean, even nights like this in the middle of a road trip, it would be nice to take care of business and nobody have to pay attention in the fourth quarter. That's where I'm at with this. You should go out and take care of business against a team that is not as good as you. They don't even want to win basketball games, right? That's where they're at. They're in a different time in their life, in their cycle. They're trying to lose. They're trying to grab some of the young guns from the draft and build that way. So I was really hoping to see Cam Johnson just as far as just to check him out one more time with the trade deadline approaching, but Cam Johnson ain't playing. Cam Thomas ain't playing. Another name that's been thrown around. So all of that's what, Kyle, probably about 50% of their scoring right there between those two dudes, 50% of their scoring production.
Let's figure that out real quick. So I guess we're doing this just of guys that are on the team now. So between Cam Thomas and Cam Johnson, that is 44.1 points a game. So 44 points a game. The team this year is averaging, they've scored 4,800 points this year. So if you average that out, they're averaging about 106 a game. Mm-hmm. So yeah, you're looking at like 40% of their scoring gone right there.
Got to take care of it.
If you take out Ben Simmons, that's 50% of their scoring.
Yeah, well, Ben is helping with about 3 measly percentage points from his perspective. You have to get this done tonight. I think the Kings will get it done tonight. I think we will not be paying very much attention in the fourth quarter. We are going to go over what that line looks like as far as the spread is concerned. Prop Talk and Dog segment, because we will be joined by Whitey Gleason for some crosstalk. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Nets. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 3. Tip-off at 4:30. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings. Sacktown Sports 1140.
Sherry, what have you done to your hair? What do you mean? Does it not look good? It doesn't look good. It looks freaking amazing. I can't believe how thick and healthy it looks. Oh, I must know your secret. No secret. It's hair volume from New Nordic. Hair volume, huh? Well, it certainly lives up to its name. Your hair has never looked so thick. It is gorgeous. I was so tired of having thin and brittle hair. Ugh, and the shedding. So I figured I'd give hair volume a try. Needless to say, I'm thrilled with the results. Hey, where are you going? I'm going to pick up some hair volume right now. My reunion's next month and I want my hair to look as good as yours.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of many award-winning natural health products from New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Scandinavia. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or your local CVS. Available as a tablet or delicious gummy. Help your hair look full, voluminous, and beautiful again at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
Hey, it's Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, and the regular season is over, but the high hand bonuses, those are not. $500 per primetime football game, whether it's weekend, Monday night, whatever it may be. And those bonuses available until the season ends, including the big game on February 9th. Capital Casino, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com. Please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
This 49er injury report is brought to you by Jeremy Winter, attorney at law. He cares because he's been there. After an injury-plagued 2024 season, which ended 6-11 and out of the playoffs, the 49ers will focus on getting healthy in the offseason. Running backs Christian McCaffrey, Jordan Mason, and Isaac Guerrero all suffered season-ending injuries. Left tackle Trent Williams' ankle kept him out late in the year, and Brock Purdy missed the season finale with a hurt elbow. 49ers hope to enter 2025 with a full roster back intact.
Serious accident. You deserve the law offices of Jeremy Winter. 877-637-3237. Jeremy lost his mother in a car accident and knows firsthand the pain caused by tragedy. That is why he became an attorney to fight for others who are going through a tragedy. If you've been seriously injured in an accident, you deserve more. You deserve better. You deserve Jeremy Winter. 877-637-3237.
Fall head over boots in love with music this Valentine's Day. Get ready for Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, returning May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, and more. Enjoy food trucks, mechanical bulls, and line dancing. Tickets start at just $52. Visit CITPfest.com. Brought to you by Hyatt Vacation Club. Don't just say, I love you. Show it with music. Buy tickets now.
Celebrate the new year in style with a new Honda from Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. With over 500 new Hondas in stock and ready to go, now is the time to save on your favorite Honda in person or online. CR-V, HR-V, Pilot, Accord, Civic, and Ridgeline. It's a new year with endless possibilities. Get the deals that make it easy to say yes at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kip Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kip Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sacktown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
Hey, Sacramento, it's time to party. Join us for the ultimate big game watch party at Mix Downtown, hosted by Sacktown Sports on Sunday, February 9th. Feast on Mix's all-you-can-eat taco and nacho bar and big game bites while watching the biggest football game of the year. Catch all the action on Mix's large projection screens and HD TVs. Doors open at 2 p.m. Kickoff is at 3. Mix Downtown, located at 16th and L Streets in Sacramento. It's 21 and over, so bring your crew and let's make it a game day to remember. For details, visit mixdowntown.net.
Sabonis with numbers ahead, not a Monk. Right wing, transition 3. Score the triple. Nice knockdown there from Malik Monk. That makes it 63-49, and Monk has now got himself a 16-point first half here at famed Madison Square Garden.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
You know what time it is when you hear that? Means it's game day. Kings taking on the Brooklyn Nets. We'll be joined by Whitey Gleason in about 10-ish minutes. But we have some props to go over with you. We have the line. We're going to give our predictions and dog segment. We're going to do it now so we can enjoy our crosstalk with Whitey. All right, Kyle.
We got to make Whitey work. It's only an hour show for them today.
Oh, don't get me started on them. All right, Kyle, let's get some prop talk. Kyle always gets annoyed when I wait for the beat to drop, so I'm not going to wait for the beat to drop today. Oh, kind of still did. Kyle, who are you liking today on prop talk? I can tell you this. Yesterday, not a good day. Not a good day yesterday with the NFL.
No?
That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, I saw some person, I'm not going to say who it was, not going to say someone put in a kicker prop yesterday, and it almost came through. It was pretty crazy. But
did you see the one? It was each team to score a rushing touchdown and throwing touchdown in each half, and it was $1 for like $12,000, and they hit on it.
Oh, that's crazy.
I know. I just think you should do something like that every time. Obviously, we can't do it out here in California, but I would have friends that would be doing that very often.
Yes, I would imagine that's the case. It was, I don't know, an unexpected day, even though the final score of the Chiefs-Bills game was about what you would expected it to be, but I think the over-under for the NFC Championship game was like 47, and the Eagles had 55 points by themselves.
Insane.
I don't think anyone saw that one coming.
Insane.
Anyways, prop for today, just for Kings fans who might be interested, Noah Clowney is sitting at 12 points, just in case, because he had himself a game at Golden One Center to beat the Kings the last time. So just where it's sitting right now, Noah Clowney is at 12. I'm not going to say one direction or the other, but just that's where the number's at. I mentioned it earlier when we were talking about the Knicks game. Malik Monk had his highest points plus assists total of the season in the game against the New York Knicks. He finished with 31 points, 9 assists, 31 points, tied his season high for scoring. If you want today, Malik Monk's at over under 19.5 points, over under 25.5 points plus assists, and over under 29.5 points, rebounds, and assists all combined together. All of those sound really good, especially if you're talking about a game where the Kings are going to be scoring potentially a lot of points against one of the worst defensive teams in the NBA, who also might not have Ben Simmons. I mean, Malik Monk getting guarded by Keon Johnson, he should have himself a day, right? Especially coming off of the game he just had against the New York Knicks.
The only thing I worry about in these games is blowout potential. So that would be the only thing. Now you got to score to blow out a team, but that would be the only thing that kind of worries me.
Sure, but I guess you could say that about every prop talk we're going to make here today. But I guess the points one is more specific to like the whole game.
Exactly. Because who I have, with that being said, who I have is, I don't know, man. Nothing is really speaking to me. We keep joking about De'Aaron, and somehow he had dropped down to, I think, 22.5, but he's back at 23. That's not going to be my official. I really want to do it.
Do it. Let's pentuple or septuple.
There's
down.
A lot of red.
I see the red.
There's a lot of red.
It's all red. But this is just a thing now, right? He's messed up so many of your friends' parlays and your prop talks that it's like we gotta just like quadruple down, pentuple down, septuple down. Just throw it out there. It doesn't even matter if it makes sense or not. Just say it's gonna happen.
De'Aaron, 23.5 over.
Yes.
Let's do it.
This brother De'Aaron Fox
better finally hit, please.
I mean, it doesn't really matter.
I know it doesn't. I know.
It doesn't really matter.
All right, Kyle. Next, we have our dogs.
Dogs out! Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Be sure to get your dogs in text line and sack chat. Who's going to ball out tonight for the Kings? For me, Kyle, my dog of the game, I feel like this guy hasn't really had a breakout offensive performance. I'm seeing some chatter about him kind of struggling a little bit offensively, and you could say that for probably have no clue who I'm talking about yet, but I'm actually going to go with Keon Ellis. I think it's time for a good Keon Ellis game, a couple threes, maybe 3-4 threes, something like that. 15 points.
Just be chilling for real.
Yeah, I got Keon Ellis. I feel like it's been a while since we've seen Keon do his thing on the offensive end.
Yeah, he had a tough game against the New York Knicks. I believe he was minus 24 in the box score.
Well, he can't guard. I mean, Brunson, he couldn't guard Brunson last season, and he struggles.
If you ask him, he'll say he did good in that game. It's just everyone's going to remember the one where Brunson faked him out, and then he turned around and he was like, oh, no, what happened?
Right.
If you ask him, he played pretty well in that game. But that's neither here nor there. I do like the Keon Ellis pick, especially because D'Angelo Russell, man, he turns the ball over.
Yes.
That's one of the things that comes with the D'Angelo Russell experience. So even if Keon's going to be off ball, just reading those passes, man, he knows where. Well, D'Angelo Russell pass, LOL, but he's going to be reading those passes. He's going to be swiping that. Yeah, I like the pick.
Who do you got?
Be chilling for real.
I keep picking Doug McDermott, and Doug McDermott always has the worst games every time I pick him. He either gets 0 points or DNPs, even though I keep picking Doug McDermott. So you know what? Let's go back to the original, the classic here.
Kevin Huerter.
The doggiest dog of them all.
Kevin Huerter.
Kevin Huerter.
It's going to be a big old game for Kevin Huerter tonight. What does that mean? I don't know, but everyone kind of is operating under the assumption these are going to be some of Kevin Huerter's last games with the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
Leading up to the deadline. And you know what? Kevin Huerter, one of my favorite Sacramento Kings, delivered my favorite moment of the Beam Team season, which was the buzzer beater or game-winning shot with a second to play at Golden One Center against the Jazz. If this is going to be one of the last games for Kevin Huerter as a King, let's go out with a bang. 4 3-pointers, 5 3-pointers. Just we're going to beat up on Brooklyn, so we might as well get Kevin Huerter some shots up here.
You know, it's also I'm probably not the only person that feels like this, but I'm curious, when's the last time Kevin Huerter made the first shot/3 that he took? I just feel like where he's at mentally right now, he takes that first shot when he gets in, he misses it, and the whole thing is just kind of cooked. If he can get in there, make the first shot that he takes tonight, specifically from 3, I think you could see a return of Kevin Huerter, because he comes in, he takes about 2 or 3 shots. Maybe he makes one of them. It's probably not the 3 that he makes. He's got about 2 points. And then Doug is thinking, all right, well, he doesn't. He's just waiting for him. Hey, does Kevin have it tonight? That's essentially what the rotation is now. Let's put Kevin in to see if he has it for tonight. And then he doesn't, and he gets taken out.
We just need him to hit one of those, dribble to his left, step back to the left, pull up 3-pointers from the left wing, knock it down.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, it's all forgotten.
That's right.
Just need one of those to go down. And honestly, with my luck picking Doug McDermott, he's probably going to get DNP'd tonight because I've picked Doug McDermott.
Because there'll be garbage time.
Oh, God, I'm glad you brought that up. That made me kind of sad when Kevin was in the garbage time.
Yes, I noticed that. I noticed that, man.
At which Doug was also there, so it wasn't a Kevin thing specifically, but I was like, oh man, how the mighty have fallen if Kevin's playing the cleanup duty at the end.
Yeah, and you know what's going to happen tonight, and mostly because Brooklyn's not a good team, but this will be the night where everybody balls out. You know, as far as the prop talk is concerned, maybe Domantas Sabonis doesn't hit his numbers because it's just not necessary. All 5 guys will have a pretty good offensive game. You'll get something from Keon. You'll get something from Trey, from Devin, and you'll be thinking, oh, my goodness, we're so back. We're so back, but the Nets are also very bad. Now, I'm not saying to take it for granted because the Kings definitely need every win they can get. But, you know, it's one of those games where there's not very much to gain. There's just a lot to lose. Tomorrow we're going to sit down and we're going to play Chrissy's cuts, and I'm just assuming they get the W, but I don't know what I'm going to be able to take away from this game tonight because the Nets are so bad.
Yeah, it's not just that you're playing a bad team. You're playing like one of the two worst teams.
Missing two starters.
Yeah,
Missing
exactly.
two starters.
And you said this is a night where everyone is going to ball out. So let me maybe test your faith a little bit with this question. At the end of the night, when we come back tomorrow at 10 a.m., how many Sacramento Kings do you think will score in double figures?
6.
You'll go 6?
Yes.
So is that all the starters and
one bench player?
One bench player.
Mm-hmm.
And that bench player, based on your dog of the game, is going to be...
I really just be chilling for real.
And based on yours will be...
Kevin Herterer.
Kevin Herterer.
I mean, if I could really go with my heart, it would be...
Teach me how to duck. Teach me how to duck.
But I can't just keep picking him and him putting up zeros.
No. Well, he's definitely going to get at least one shot tonight. I'll tell you that much. He better. All right. We will see what happens. We have predictions on the other side. Whitey Gleason joins us as well. 15 more minutes with the Allen Stiles Show, Sacktown Sports.
Malik Monk plays here.
Started left, goes right, steps back, launches the three. Nothing but net. Oh, that was just filthy. Oh, my, that was sweet.
Sacktown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Hey, Mom, I've been meaning to talk to you about some new COVID information I saw online.
Uh-huh.
I read that Black folks like us with certain conditions like diabetes, heart disease, mental health conditions, or being 50 and older, like you, are at high risk.
Boy, you sound like a commercial.
I'm just saying. I know you love your ginger teas and essential oils, but remember, there are treatment options for COVID-19.
I promise if I get sick again, I'll call my doctor to ask about my options.
Visit WeTalkWeRise.com to learn more. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Lowe's knows how to help make your Super Bowl 59 party a touchdown. Let us help you prep your home to host with top brands like Charbroil, Blackstone, and LG, so you can be the MVP of game day. Plus, use the Lowe's app to find what you need for a seamless shopping run. Or huddle up with our Lowe's Red Vest associates to help make all your game time hosting decisions.
This year, resolve to save on the all-new 2025 Silverado at Maida Chevy with $8,000 off MSRP after rebates on over 30 new half-ton Silverado LT and RST after rebates. And Maida Chevy has one of the largest selections of new 2025 Silverados in the Sacramento area. $8,000 off new 2025 Silverado at Maida Chevy. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing lease and some other offers. Keystone 2011 or newer Chevrolet.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
The PGA Club fitters at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio know that golf should be fun. They also know that players of all abilities will hit the ball farther and straighter, play better golf, shoot lower scores, and have more fun if they get fitted before they purchase golf clubs. Hagen Oaks delivers the same technology and major brands used to fit PGA and LPGA professionals. See how the game can be even more fun. Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
The Big O Tires President's Day sale is here. Enjoy historic savings with buy 3 get 1 free on our exclusive Big O branded tires. And every set is backed by our ProTech warranty. Installation required. Disposal fees extra. Not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for details. Valid through February 17th.
I'm a little worried about that injury to their center yesterday.
But he played.
Yeah, I know, but every time they showed he could barely walk.
He's got a couple weeks to get right. They've been through this before. The Eagles have against this team. The Chiefs, they all these years, teams just refuse to cover Travis Kelce. They just can't. They just refuse to do it. Or maybe it's just on him and how good he is at finding those soft spots in the defense.
They are uniquely equipped, aren't they, the Chiefs, to win these close games in an era of very narrow margins in the NFL. It's amazing. It looks lucky. I'm starting to think it might not be lucky.
Yeah.
It might be pretty good at a number of things.
I don't know how to explain that one part of it. How do you win 17 consecutive one-score games? That just seems impossible because all the numbers, all the stats would tell you if you take a large enough sample size, everyone pretty much averages out to between like 45 and 55% in one-score games. I don't know how to explain the 17-0.
There's one way.
Not even that explains the whole thing.
What am I going to say?
You're talking about the officiating.
I am proud of Allen. He's gone the whole show without talking about that 4th and 1 Josh Allen, push that they marked short but couldn't overturn on review.
I mean, it's just at this point, the Chiefs are the NFL's daddy. That's what it is.
But why would the NFL want the Chiefs to win that badly? It's the Super Bowl coming up. People are going to watch whether Patrick Mahomes is in it or not. It sounds like people, the Bills are in it again. No, I'm not watching the Super Bowl. Everybody watches the Super Bowl.
No, but Whitey, this Taylor Swift thing is real. My wife has friends that do not care about football that watch the Chiefs. It's crazy.
I've barely even noticed Taylor Swift this year.
I'm just saying in general. I'm not saying they're showing her a ton or anything. I'm saying there will be more viewers with Patrick Mahomes than there will be with Josh Allen.
The other thing is the officials, as I'm sure you know, they're not even full-time NFL employees. So how in the world would they be complicit in this? They're, I think like part-timers.
No. It's what we've always said what I've always said. If it's a blowout, there's nothing they can do. But if it's a close game, you're not getting the benefit of the doubt.
Why not? And why would the officials cooperate with that? What do they have to gain by it?
Well, first of all, I don't even think all of it is completely an NFL plan. Some of it is just human nature, right? With LeBron, MJ, it feels like these guys get calls because they probably are getting calls.
We need to get Allen a tinfoil hat as he continues down this road.
No, I'm just saying there is
madness.
A human. It's the same thing. I can simplify it this way. Devin Carter is not going to get the same whistle as LeBron James.
Did you get the benefit of a user-friendly strike zone when you played?
No.
That's what this is about.
No, it's not. Well, I need robot umps anyway.
I don't even know which calls people are upset about this time because there wasn't any egregious call that people can point to and say that's where the refs helped the team. The only one the only one you could argue is the 4th and 1, but you're not upset about the refs. You're upset about why, like, one ref marked it a first down and one ref marked it short.
Yeah, call.
Why did short ref get the call versus close ref?
We know why.
No, because they had because they had the better look at the ball when Josh Allen is scrambling.
Except he was the guy that overruled was behind him.
Yeah.
And you know what?
The down judge and the side judge, and the way these things work, I was just reading about it. You guys may know this. When you have a play like that, you have the down judge and the side judge that are on opposite sides. They each to run to where their spot is.
Mm-hmm.
And if they realize that, we're in different spots, one of them will relent. And in this case, the guy that marked it first down decided, I guess the down judge was more emphatic or something. The guy who couldn't see. And so the guy that had it first down was like, okay, we'll go with your spot.
Check that ref.
It's a very flawed system.
And the worthy catch.
Which was a catch. I don't know what your argument is.
Because he only had one hand on.
Yeah.
Sure. But even if that, so say that isn't a catch.
Mm-hmm.
What happens then? Kansas City gets 1st and 10 at the 20 instead of 1st and goal at the 5.
And let me say this as well.
There was a penalty on that play anyway.
Let me say this as well.
And I'm glad I'm practicing with you because I know Jay is going to be like twice as emphatic as you are right now. So it's good warm up.
Let me also say something, and I'm going to sound like a hater here. The worst part about this is not Taylor Swift. The worst part about this is not the Chiefs being back. The worst part about this is the Kelce brothers and the oversaturation of the Kelce brothers. Now we got to see Jason. I've seen Jason Kelce more now than I did when he actually played.
Allen dreams of just a fraction of being that oversaturated, don't you? You would love to be. Just
no,
a quarter.
Yes, I do. Well, I do.
A quarter.
He's got a late night show on ESPN. Jason Kelce does.
Yeah, it looks really bad.
It's enough. This guy, man.
Does he not have better things to do at 9 p.m. on a Friday?
Make money, I guess. Enough. Him. I used to be the Mannings. Now the Mannings, fine, whatever. Now I've moved on from the Mannings. Now I'm on the Kelce.
You excited to see that?
Yeah.
Who is Jason? Has Jason said who he's rooting for yet?
Jason Kelce?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think it's Eagles.
Last year he was wearing the luchador mask and everything and celebrating with Kansas City. I assume
it's because it wasn't the Eagles.
Yeah, I know. Which, by the way, you mentioned the center who's injured before. I hear the Eagles need a center. You know who you can sign off the practice squad? Jason Kelce. Starting center for the Super Bowl.
Speaking of Philadelphia centers, no Joel Embiid Wednesday. Woohoo!
When is he going to play again?
Don't know.
Yeah. There's a lot of players right now that are really good in the NBA, and we've talked about this before as far as the face. And my theory has been that people like feeling like they're watching something legendary, and there's always been a conversation as long as the NBA has been big, there's been a conversation, there's been a person playing in the GOAT conversation. And this would be maybe the first, once LeBron retires, the first span that the NBA has dealt with since Jordan, where there would be a group of players playing that are all really good.
Yeah, maybe I remember when that happened the first time when he retired, and I actually pointed that out at the time, so I'm with you.
Maybe by that time, I don't know how many years LeBron has left. Who would if Shea he's a point guard, I just don't think there's anybody that you're not going to have the same conversations.
Wemby, you could make a case for Wemby. So I think, I don't think that'll apply.
Yeah.
Allen Stiles disrespecting Jokic once again.
Oh, that's true, but it's not me disrespecting Jokic. It's everybody else. He should already be the face based on what he's done.
I'm just asking the question.
Yeah, I'm just asking the question.
Yeah, I know.
Classic Allen Stiles.
No, and you've taken that from me. I've heard you on the air say, I'm just asking a question when you get Draper all riled up.
It's possible that I, You're not the one who made that up. You use it a lot, but maybe it's possible it predates you.
The way I say it, it's a cadence that I think you borrowed, and I don't mind. But I just know I'm always listening. You know, you can say, "Hey, I got this from Allen." By the way,
I'll consider it.
Nikola Jokic might, if not for that weird Joel Embiid season, might be a 5-time MVP in a row.
And that's bad for the league.
I think it's great for the league. I think it would have been great, and it still bothers me that he didn't get it that year. Because, we don't want to give it to him again.
I think it's bad for the league.
They had a statistical case for both, so I'm not as mad about it. But yeah, he should be a 5-time MVP, and everyone should think of him in the same way that they think of Wilt Chamberlain or Larry Bird.
Did you see because of the ABC for the primetime games when Kendrick Perkins said the MVP is beneath Jokic or something like that? Or basically it's the fatigue thing again.
Yeah.
Happening again.
Kendrick Perkins came on our show once.
Mm-hmm.
I know he knows Kyle Draper well, and he came on our show. Just, he didn't have to. He's a great guest. He answered all the questions. So I appreciate that, but I don't pay a lot of attention to what he says on ABC. I just, there's a guy that's clearly like, you got to get people to notice what you say. So we don't care what you say. Just go get them.
Oh, yeah. You know what that tells me? It tells me Allen was watching the Warriors get smoked this weekend.
No. I saw it on social media. All right. Don't try to put my business out in the street. All right.
Of course he was.
Lakers, Warriors, NBA primetime. You couldn't pay me to watch that game. Jesus.
Well, with that.
You okay? Kuminga's going to be out a little longer than expected.
With that, I'm getting on out of here. Drive guys up next. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson.
Taking you up to game night.
Taking you up to game night. Kyle Draper going to be EAGLES, Eagles. They're not beating the Chiefs. All right. Until tomorrow, thank you for all the callers. Texters, Sack Chatters, thank you to Kyle as always. And until tomorrow, secure the bag. Come on, Kings out there in Brooklyn. Light the beam.
Gotta go.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sacktown Sports has you